One, Dr. Johnson, are you there?
I'm here, Cyrus. Are you getting me?
I'm getting you very, 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 very well. And from the seat of the ALJA's presidency here in Minnesota, we'd like to welcome all of you to this 2020 National Convention done via Zoom, carried live on Creative Minds Television, KMTV Liberia, Liberia Public Radio Online, and other networks. It's my pleasure to welcome and present to you today's convention conductor, Dr. Sam Johnson. Dr. Johnson, it's over to you.
Thank you very much, Cyrus. Distinguished speakers, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen from across the globe, may I welcome you to this year's annual convention of the Association of Liberian Journalists in the Americas. As Sarah said, I'm Samuel Way Johnson. I'm the facilitator for this convention on this virtual platform. I'm coming to you live from Newcastle, Delaware, the United States. I'm being assisted by a team of co-facilitators at various gathering points or viewing sites in Monrovia, Liberia, Minneapolis, Minnesota, and Newcastle, Delaware. In Monrovia, we have Clarence Jackson of OKFM. In Minneapolis, we have Joey Kennedy. And in Newcastle, we have Akai Awulate Gladings. Established in 1998 in Washington, D.C., USA, the Association of Liberian Journalists is a conglomeration of current and retired Liberian journalists residing in the Americas. ALJA is a registered nonprofit Liberian organization committed to the promotion of free press, freedom of speech, and good governance in Liberia. This virtual convention is being held in partnership with the University of Minnesota Institute for Community Integration, the Center for Media Studies and Peace Building in Liberia, CIMES, and the Press Union of Liberia. Before proceeding, I will now invite the Reverend Dr. Zizek Pade, an ordained minister of the gospel, to lead us in opening prayer.
Let us pray. Our Lord and our Father, we beseech you this pivotal hour in the midst of challenges and trials and tribulation that is engulfing our world. You will stay on the throne. We come seeking reverence from you as we begin these deliberations. May you grant us the fortitude, the wisdom, and the foresight and the insight to do your will. May these deliberations be fruitful, not only for this moment, but when the pages of history indeed are written in Liberia about freedom of speech and of the press, ALJA will stand out to be one of the most powerful institutions seeking liberty and justice for all. Give us the foresight now to continue to love one another, and words of assurance that even in the midst of COVID-19, there is still hope and light at the end of the tunnel. Grant us all that you've given to the world. And may we be not only servants of yours, but may we continue to champion for freedom and justice in Liberia and the world. This is our prayer. We lift them all to Jesus Christ this morning. Let the people of God say, amen.
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 Thank you very much, Zeze. At this stage, I will invite Jackson Seaton from Newcastle in Delaware to deliver the welcome remarks. Mr. Seaton.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson, for giving me this opportunity to deliver this welcome remark. Ladies and gentlemen, friends of Liberia, our distinguished panelists, it is my pleasure today to introduce and welcome you to ALJA 2020 National Virtual Convention. The theme of this year's convention is the media, the rule of law, and the culture of impunity in Liberia. These issues are germane to the contemporary Liberian society. Liberia faces so many challenges, and we at ALJA deem it necessary to discuss these issues to find a way forward for our country. Some of our panelists are Councillor Cyril Jones, a professor of law at the University of Liberia, Lema Bowie, Nobel laureate, Dr. Toga from the University of Liberia. Also speaking will be the ambassador of the United States, of Liberia to the United States, excuse me, my friend, George Patton. Further speaking at this program will be the President of the Press Union of Liberia, ALJA National President, Mr. Joe Mason, and other distinguished personalities in Liberia and outside of Liberia. We hope to entertain you while at the same time discuss with you those pertinent issues that are affecting our country. Again, on behalf of the leadership of ALJA and in my own name, I want to welcome you to this 2020 ALJA National Convention. Let's begin.
Thank you very much, Seaton. Distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen, I now have the special honor to present to you from Minneapolis, Minnesota, the president of the association, Mr. Joe Soniga Mason, Jr., to deliver the convention opening and state of the association address. President of our noble association, replacing my immediate predecessor, Mr. Moses Sembi, under whose leadership ALJA transitioned from dormancy to respectability and became the preeminent voice among Liberian organizations in the diaspora, both in our advocacy and our professionalism. Immediately following our elections to get the ground running, realizing that while significant strides have been made, we still have a lot to accomplish in cementing ALJA's place as not just an organization concerned about
one dedicated to impacting and influencing profession in Liberia in more profound ways. Towards that end, we sought partnership with institutions and organizations, and today I'm happy to report that our outreach is beginning to pay dividends. Dating back to our convention in 2019 in Minneapolis and over the last several weeks, we strengthened our relationship with the University of Minnesota, particularly the Herbert School of Journalism and the Institute of Community Integration at the university. Last year, our partnership resulted in the one-day media workshop for Liberian journalists who attended our convention. That relationship was further strengthened this year when ALJA and the University of Minnesota collaborated on the State Department-sponsored grant proposal, which seeks to strengthen civil engagement in Africa.
Our expectation is that once approved, it positions our organization to venture out with confidence in seeking more partnerships and assistance to help achieve our overarching goals. We take special pride in our partnership with the Institute of Community Integration and the fact that we do have members with disabilities has made the promotion of disability rights a paramount concern under my administration. We will endeavor to explore ways in which we can build upon this partnership with the ICI to engage our colleagues in a way that shifts the narrative on the way people with disabilities are covered in their reporting. The media can be a vital instrument in raising awareness, countering stigma and misinformation. It can be a powerful force to change societal misconceptions, especially in our country, and present persons with disabilities as individuals that are a part of human diversity. When we assumed the presidency less than a year ago, we promised to build upon what my predecessor began by expanding ALJA's reach across the United States and encouraging our colleagues in the diaspora to partner with us in what we believe is a shared goal of strengthening camaraderie, advocating for those basic tenets and values important to the survival of our democracy and ultimately our country, and impacting the lives of our professional colleagues back home. Towards that goal, we made significant progress over the last year. Prior to our ascendancy, ALJA had two functioning chapters. The Midwest chapter, which encompasses the states of Minnesota, Illinois, Iowa, Wisconsin, and North and South Dakota. And the Delaware Valley chapter, which includes ALJA members residing in Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey. Under this administration, we've overseen the reactivation of the New England chapter, which includes our members in New York, Connecticut, Rhode Island, and Massachusetts. It will be my pleasing duty to install the leadership of that chapter into office today. Our fourth chapter, the DMV chapter, which includes many of our members who reside in the nation's capital, Washington, D.C., as well as in the states of Maryland and Virginia, is also on the verge of being organized. So, for those of you, our colleagues who reside in these United States and are still watching us from afar, we call upon you to join this noble cause called ALJA, a cause that seeks to foster camaraderie amongst journalists, a cause that seeks the welfare of our colleagues in Liberia in ensuring that we collectively hold our government responsible and that it is fulfilling its constitutional responsibility to its citizens. Under normal circumstances, these remarks we should put on the state of our association will have been made in an elaborate, decorated hall with all the fanfare, pomp, and pageantry, which are the hallmarks of an ALJA convention. But in under 10 months, the world as we know it has changed in ways no one could have possibly fathomed just months ago. That change required us to be our brother's keeper, to look out for people in much more difficult circumstances. So when it became clear that our colleagues in Liberia were being impacted as a result of the lockdown declared by the government, ALJA members decided on an intervention. We quickly raised well over $3,000 that went toward the purchase of food and masks that were distributed to many of our colleagues. While the dollar amount of the donation made to our colleagues was not astronomical, we took pride in this effort because we were being our brother's keeper. You see, our commitment to you, our colleagues, is based on the relationship and bonds that were formed over many, many years, based on shared experiences. Many of us covered the same beats. We attended the same press conferences. We've literally been there and we've done that. This organization, under my leadership, will remain laser focused on seeking opportunity for growth, capacity building, and development for all of our colleagues in Liberia. While we've lost to some degree the in-person contacts as a result of the coronavirus, we've come to rely more on technology to become more connected. For the first time in ALJA's history, we have many of our colleagues participating in this convention virtually in Liberia today. I want to thank the president of the PUL, Mr. Charles Coffey, the Executive Director of the Center for Media Studies and Peace Building, Mr. Malcolm Joseph, for organizing the watch party in Monrovia. I also want to thank the management and staff of KMTV, LPR Radio and TV, Front Page Africa, the management of News Public Trust, the Daily Observer, Mr. Jonathan P. Lele of the Associated Press, and many other news entities in Liberia, the United States, and other parts of the world, which consistently promote the work we do. I say thank you. To all of our colleagues at the YMCA and others who have joined virtually, I want to extend to you all our gratitude for participating in this process. We at ALJA look forward to strengthening our partnership with the PEL and every one of you. I can commit that this organization will continue to explore avenues that benefit journalists in the country. Hopefully, at our convention in New Jersey next year, many of you in Liberia listening now can join us as we continue to deliberate on the future of the profession and explore how ALJA can best be helpful. We understand that the media in Liberia face enormous challenges. Not least is the fact that many of our colleagues barely earn enough to make ends meet. This is a crisis that poses a serious threat to our democracy, which depends on an independent and uncompromising media for it to thrive. Too often, ethics, principles, and professionalism are sacrificed on the altar of survival. Many professionals are also fleeing the profession for other careers which pay better. This is a situation that deeply concerns ALJA and one that should claim the attention of pro-democracy organizations and all stakeholders. Media professionals must earn livable wages and other benefits commensurate with their qualification. The plight of ailing journalists in the country has also claimed our attention. I've been a part of quite a few fundraisers to assist colleagues who were sick in the country. ALJA and the PEL should explore the possibility of a benevolent fund to assist journalists unable to seek medical assistance, either because they lack the financial resources to do so, or because their pay is not enough to afford an opportunity to do so. As if these challenges by themselves were not enough, many journalists face attacks by state security officers and were threatened by some officials of the government. To date, a presidential committee announced to investigate these attacks has achieved nothing, so much so that some members of the committee have resigned. In spite of these challenges, the media continue to play a pivotal role in informing, educating, and entertaining the public, and holding our leaders accountable, and they deserve our collective appreciation. When our convention brainstormed to figure out this year's theme, the media, the rule of law, and the culture of impunity, the choice was all too obvious. We believe that the rule of law, defended by an independent judiciary, plays a crucial function by ensuring that civil and political rights and civil liberties are safe, and that the equality and dignity of all our citizens are respected. It means that the law applies equally to everyone in a democracy, even the most powerful government official and elected leaders. Too often, that has not been the case in our country. And this phenomenon, by the way, is not unique to this government. No wonder why our country has the unenviable reputation of one of the least developed countries in the world. We believe the country needs to take seriously the rule of law and the culture of impunity if the country is to succeed. For we pay lip service to the rule of law when perpetrators of crimes are not prosecuted. We make mockery of the fight against corruption when the public face of that fight, who has the LACC, is for all intents and purposes a fraudster. We turn away investors when our country is perceived as not being stable. Our goal at this convention is advancing this theme and bringing together experts and professionals who we have here today to not only highlight these issues, but hopefully proffer some roadmap on the way forward. Before I close, I'd like to reflect on the precedent we are setting today in honoring the work of two veteran journalists, Mr. Cyrus Badio and Mr. Patrick Menjo. I believe that there are deserving individuals in our organizations and outside of ALJA to be recognized for their contribution to Liberia's media landscape. When we do that, we motivate others to do their best. To my ALJA family, they say a leader is absolutely nothing without the support of the people he leads. And today, as I look back over the last year, I'm deeply grateful and humbled by your support. So as we approach the first anniversary of our election as president, I can say with the utmost confidence that the state of our organization is stronger and even more vibrant. Together with your support, we will achieve even greater things in the year to come. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you very much. A major partner in our work we do as an organization is the Press Union of Liberia. At this moment, I will invite the President of the Press Union of Liberia, Mr. Charles Coffey, to give us his remarks. Mr. Coffey.
Dr. Johnson, it seems that Mr. Coffey is trying to get adjusted.
Okay, while we wait, Mr. Coffey, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you have the next 5 minutes to deliver your remarks.
Okay.
Go ahead. Cyrus, I think we have.
We have a full connection coming from.
Mr. Coffey, your connection is very, very weak. So we are, if anything, we are barely hearing you. I will ask that you readjust your connectivity and get back to us later.
Let's just give us 1 or 2 minutes. Let's connect into first want to recognize the.
In that case, then you guys will have to mute one of your computers.
Okay, go ahead. All right, I want to recognize Mr. Joe Mason. Mr. Joe Mason, President of ALJA, Mr. Peter Besa, Vice President, the leadership of various chapters of ALJA, members of ALJA. Here in Liberia, we want to recognize Janitor Lady Frank Sewola, the panelists, feature president, and other officials and members of the Press Union of Liberia. We are very satisfied that the team, especially on the rule of law, is of significance to the growth and development of our country, especially during this senatorial electoral process of our country. All of us are aware that elections globally may have the propensity to instill discipline in the country by changing one leader to another or create confusion. So it is important that all of us in the media make sure we hold those who govern us accountable. In Africa Coast, 2010, in Nigeria, 2010 and 11, and in Togo, those parameters that were the motivating factor for violence in those countries are clearly being seen in our country. And if nothing is done to remedy the situation and degenerate into a chaotic process, we have to blame ourselves. So the union continue to caution the leadership of the country to engage in meaningful venture, bringing together both stakeholders in the political setting, the religious institution, and the media to make sure that we do not return to the axis of war. But we think the perfect recipe is the rule of law. If the rule of law is not observed and people who perpetrate these violence are not brought to justice, there will be no peace in our country. And we think there will be peace if we all unite. There was a situation in Grand Jigen, though perpetrators are still alive. Similar electoral violence continue to move around the country, trucking of voters. The referendum that is pending, there is no adequate information. There's a lot of confusion in our country. So we want to commend ALJA for this convention. ALJA is always with the Liberian media, especially the press union, engaging in those kind of activities that will bring stability in our country. The union will continue to work with all of you as usual, and you always by us. What we think we can do as Liberians, both ALJA and PUL and the entire media community, is to pressurize those who in authority to respect the rule of law and make sure that constitutional provisions that are needed for peace and stability are upheld in our country. So the union will not relent. We'll continue to speak against ills in society. We'll continue to sensitize the Liberian people so they can make an informed decision during the senatorial elections. We want to commend you for this exercise. We wish you well. And your anniversary is the anniversary of the media community in Liberia. You did not leave us in Liberia, but while in the United States, you organize yourselves and continue to help us. Let us remember during the heat of the coronavirus, ALJA made a donation, which greatly helped the Liberian media community. Though it may not be adequate as we expected, but it was timely. And we'll continue to work with ALJA in this process. There are a lot of constraints in our country. The coronavirus affected the sector, the media sector, the appalling economic condition, and we trust that ALJA will continue to work with us so that we can restore stability in the media sector. Thank you very much. Happy anniversary.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Unique to this year's convention is the recognition of veteran journalists on whose shoulders we sit for their contributions to journalism and the media landscape in Liberia. Yes, Alex read with a conversation with one of such distinguished personalities, Mr. Patrick Manjo, formerly of the ELBC LBS.
Volume.
What motivated you into broadcast or to get into broadcast journalism?
I will probably call myself a chameleon. To say that because my idea into broadcasting went in a different direction. Everywhere I lived, whatever I saw there that was important, I thought that should be my profession. I lived in Westwa in the Tamamani area for 5 years. And the only way in and out of the Westwa was by airplane. And I always thought I would be a pilot. Then when I left Westwa, I came back to Monrovia. I started reading newspapers and listening a lot to the radio stations by ELBC. And that was in 1973. And that's when my whole idea changed. That I think I should become a journalist or a broadcaster.
Mm-hmm. And so before getting into broadcasting itself at ELBC, I understand you had a group, and this group used to also go from campus to campus, recording various events to be broadcast. What is the name of that group, and what was your experience, overall experience, and who were involved in that group that prepared the way for your official duty or responsibility at ELBC?
Oh, you talking about the voice of We Five? That was our group.
Yes, yeah, the voice of We Five.
Where I grew up in Logie Town, and the voice of We Five was a group that we organized. I included my cousins and many other friends of ours. The late Gabriel Golkaju, the late Charles Crawford, his sister Elizabeth, and many other guys. And they were all in the organization.
Mm-hmm.
The late Tommy Reyes was our sponsor. And he would come there and we had meetings. And he would tell us what broadcasting is all about. And every one of the people broadcasters, what we had to do.
Mm-hmm.
And that kind of prepares some of us in the direction of broadcasting.
Yeah.
I think you know Gabriel very well.
Yes. I know Gabriel Golkaju, the late Gabriel Golkaju.
Yeah. So the two of us from the organization went into broadcasting and went for LBS.
Okay, and it was a good thing that Tommy Raines came along to tutor and help you guys realize what it means to be in broadcast journalism, and some of the tips and other things that he shared with you help you a whole lot. So that was before 1982, and you officially began with ELBC in 1982, and you started as a broadcaster on the air. Now, what was it like? What was your experience? What are some of the memories that you can share with us at ELBC?
Before really starting with many of our materials that we recorded for the voice of We Five, there were a lot of people who helped us along the way. Gabriel, I don't know where he is right now. Patrick Kuman is in Minnesota. You know, they help us along the way getting some of our materials on air. So, and then later on in school, I was a part of the high school special. You know, we got to report for the high school.
Mm-hmm.
And I was selected at one point as the best reporter for the week. Yeah, so, and many of the guys at LBS saw me and thought that I had the potential of becoming a good broadcaster. And so they put an interest in me, told me what a guy named Patrick Kuman was one of them. I met him at a program at Bozeman. Yeah, I used to be my friend. And so I used to go by his house to visit him, and we'll go out hanging out. And one time he took me to ELCM. I don't know if you know, but that radio very time used to be called ELCM.
Yes.
Yeah. And they were thinking about opening a station. When he told me that you were training the guys there told me the station, yes, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I just said he was training as well.
Wow. But it was true that, from what I see so far, other people along the way help you. Tommy Rains came your way from the beginning. Patrick Coleman came your way, and so you begin to build your skills gradually as you listen. But that, of course, requires you to pretty much listen well and get all the tips you needed, and that, of course, help you to be a full
I was there
broadcaster.
for many years. I was called the morning show for many years. But then at one point, the management decided, well, let's also present a team show in the afternoon and in the evening.
Mm-hmm.
I said, but we can do that, but we cannot want the morning show. The new without faith. So we started, brainstorming on how to call it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how we came with the information.
Good. What were some of your challenges that you can share with our watching audience now, and when it comes to such program, producing program, gathering the material, and then having deliver over the air?
It's something that I learned from the OANs, like Tommy, Gabriel Dimon, and Patrick Kuman, all that. That you have to be focused. You have to be hardworking.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can't just there's no shortcut to the profession. So I didn't take any shortcut. Sometimes I spent hours in the studio trying to perfect what I was doing. Even after producing it, put them on the air, I also recorded it. And I still wasn't happy with it. I still wasn't happy. And I listened to it and made some mistakes and look forward to making that correction the next time.
Mm-hmm.
That's Patrick Manjo.
Dr. Johnson, are you there?
Yeah. To be focused is to be.
Dr.
Yes,
Johnson, are you
Cyrus,
there?
I'm here.
Yeah, you can take it over.
That's Patrick Manjo, and I think I speak for everyone when we say that we owe a great debt of gratitude to the likes of Patrick Manjo and other seniors who laid the path and blazed the trail for that which we've taken over today. And so our hats off to Patrick Manjo and all of our senior colleagues. This year's convention is reflecting on the theme, the media, the rule of law, and the culture of impunity in Liberia. In order to help us set the stage and help us frame our own ideas and set the agenda for our next year's advocacy work, we've invited a list of speakers whom we feel have the requisite knowledge, expertise, and experience surrounding this question. Among those invited today are Councillor Cyril Jones, Professor of Law, Louis Arthur Grimes School. Councillor Jones is a constitutional scholar. He teaches civil law, civil procedure and constitutional law at the Louis Arthur Grimes School of Law. He also conducts seminars on civil procedural law in Liberia and other civil procedural jurisdictions, and analysis of the operations of the functions of the Liberian government in relation to the spirit and intent of the Liberian Constitution. He's a former member of the Judiciary Inquiry Commission of the Supreme Court of Liberia, a former president of the Liberian National Bar Association, and current member of the Grievance and Ethics Committee of the Supreme Court of Liberia. I will now present Councillor Jones as he presents his own paper to this convention. Councillor Jones, can Monrovia please speak it up now?
Thank you. Good afternoon to all. Please allow me to breach the usual protocol of greeting everybody in the audience and those on the audience individually. It seems to me that to comply with such a protocol will consume a significant portion of the 10 minutes allotted to me for my presentation. Although time is short, I must also mention that in the program listing, the speaker and panelists, it is written Councillor Cyril Jones, School of Law, University of Liberia. Please also let me clarify that I received an invitation from ALJA informing me that its national leadership in the Americas had selected me to be one of the speakers for the ALJA 2020 National Convention, and my selection was based on what the leadership perceived to be my knowledge of the country's law and constitution, and to deliver a paper on the topic, the media, the rule of law, and the culture of impunity in Liberia. According to Oxford New Essential Dictionary 2008, media is the plural of the word medium, which means to distribute information. This means that the media is the means for distributing information. Even though I'm listed in the program against the notation School of Law, University of Liberia, I must admit that I am an associate professor of law, Louis Arthur Grimes School of Law, University of Liberia, and have been teaching law at the University of Liberia for about 20 years, and I am currently a professor of constitutional law and civil procedure law. I am not, however, representing the law school or its faculty. My presentation here is strictly in my personal capacity and primarily as a professor and counselor of the Supreme Court Bar, Republic of Liberia. Your organization is the Association of American Journalists in the Americas. Journalism, therefore, is a form of distribution of information. You are a part of the media, and your purpose is to distribute information. The Oxford New Essential Dictionary defines information as something told or knowledge. And for the purpose of the law, I take the liberty to add something factually told and factual knowledge. By factual, it implies that that which is told has met the test of proof to be true. The media, therefore, is under a duty to tell that which is true and to be responsible for the quantum of truth of what is told. The common global description of the media or the press is the fourth estate. It is reported from Google that the term fourth estate or the fourth power refers to the press and news media, both in explicit capacity of advocacy and implicit ability to frame political issues. Though it is not formally recognized as a part of a political system, it wields significant indirect social influence. The derivation of the term fourth estate arises from the traditional European concept of the three estates of the realm: the clergy, the nobility, and the commonal. The equivalent term fourth power is somewhat uncommon in English, but it is used in many European languages. The Germans, ved guvald; Spanish, quarte podre; French, quatem pouvoir, to refer to a government's separation of power into legislative, executive, and judicial branches. By reasoning, the press or the media is also another branch of the political system that evolved into its own power as a balancer in a political state. This makes it an independent force in any and every political system. As in a republican form of government, in which the government is divided into three branches: the legislative, the executive, and the judiciary, all of which is derived from the Constitution, the Liberian Constitution being no exception. The media is not mentioned as a branch of government, but the freedom of the use and exercise of it is an inherent provision in the Liberian Constitution, 1986. Article 14 of the 1986 Constitution of Liberia states, and I quote, "All persons shall be entitled to freedom of thought," and it is expressly confirmed in Article 15E that, quote, "Every person shall have the right of freedom of expression, being fully responsible for the abuse thereof," and this is particularly to you as the media. "The right shall not be curtailed, restricted, or enjoined by government, save an emergency declared in accordance with the Constitution," unquote. With a limitation in paragraph E that the freedom may be limited only by a judicial action in proceedings grounded in defamation or eviction of the right of privacy and publicity, or in the commercial aspect of expression in deceptions, false advertising, and copyright infringement. Freedom of expression is not without limitation. Mr. Justice Janet, speaking for the Supreme Court on January 21, 2011, in the case in re contempt proceedings against Rodney C., editor-in-chief of the Front Page newspaper, provided a clear interpretation on what the Supreme Court considers the limitation to this freedom of speech is. Justice Janet, quoting Article 13 of the revised Constitution and bylaws of the Press Union of Liberia, which provides that the journalist should not publish or broadcast false information or unproven allegation. And Article 19 of the PUL's Ethical Code places the obligation on every media to, quote, "make adequate inquiries across, check the facts before publication," unquote. Failing any of these, a journalist is automatically subject to punishment, irrespective of the damage done in the content of the publication or the lack of genuine facts contained therein. The Constitution of Liberia, 1986, provides that every person accused of the commission of any wrongful act must be given an opportunity to confront his accuser and defend himself, no matter who or what it is. This, therefore, is the rule of law. Article 20 of the Liberian Constitution 1986 specifically states that no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, security of person, property, privilege, or any other rights except as the outcome of a hearing judgment consistent with the provisions laid in this Constitution and in accordance with the due process of law. This is an explicit pronouncement of your fundamental and inalienable right. This very guarantee of civil liberties was also originally provided for in the 1847 Constitution of Liberia and then included in the 1986 Constitution of Liberia. While in the Constitution, of the United States of America, from where the Constitution of Liberia is believed to have its origin, there are more civil liberties guaranteed in the Liberian Constitution than in the United States Constitution, because the liberties guaranteed in the United States Constitution were never originally included in the Constitution that was drafted, that was adopted to at the time of the establishment of the U.S. Constitution, but rather it was done by way of amendment in 1791, a period of 15 years after the establishment of the United States of America in 1776. And it is limited only in Amendment 5, or what is called the Fifth Amendment of the American Constitution, to be, and I quote, what are the liberties guaranteed in the U.S. Constitution? Nor to be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. That is all. From the wordings quoted above, one can see that the Liberian Constitution from its inception always guaranteed to its citizens and people the inalienable right to life, liberty, security of person, property, and even privilege of any other right except as the outcome of a hearing judgment consistent with the provisions laid down in the Constitution and in accordance with due process of law. While the United States Constitution guaranteed to its citizens and people the inalienable right not to be deprived of only life, liberty, or property without due process of law. In words, the Constitution of Liberia is a perfect guarantor of personal and individual liberties. It is a respecter of freedom, and these liberties are only limited, restricted, or penalized when exercised after a hearing, or it should be after a hearing consistent with those provisions laid in the Constitution and in accordance with due process. As far back as in 1937, the Supreme Court of Liberia, in the landmark case, Wallow versus Wallow, declared that, and I'm quoting, what is meant by the expression due process of law? It has been defined as a law which hears before it condemns, which proceeds upon inquiry and renders judgment only after trial. Law in its regular course of administration through courts of justice. In the same case, in 1937, the Supreme Court went further to say, quote, The term due process of law is synonymous to law of the land. The Constitution contains no description of those processes which it was intended to allow or to forbid. And it does not even declare what principles are to be applied to ascertain whether it is due process of law or not. But clearly, it is not left to the legislative branch to enact any process that must be devised. Due process of law does not mean the general body of law, comma, and statute, as it was at the time the Constitution took effect. It means certain fundamental rights which our system of jurisprudence has always allowed. The term due process of law, when applied to judicial proceedings, means there must be a competent tribunal to pass on the subject matter. There must be notice, actual or constructive, and opportunity to appear and produce evidence, to be heard in person or by counsel. And if the subject matter involves the determination of personal liberty of the defendant, he must be brought under the jurisdiction by service of process within the state or his voluntary appearance. Having read such profound declaration of the guarantee and protection of civil liberties declared by the Supreme Court of Liberia as far back as 1937, one can only conclude that the only problem with the enforcement of the laws of Liberia and the development of the culture of impunity, and as for me, with respect to the exercise of that freedom in the country, is our own human, and specifically the lack of political will and proper application of the laws in this country. Why then is the press or our journalists in Liberia continuously providing to the public some unfounded and unsubstantiated, sensational headlines in stories? Why are politicians who are owners of media houses using and expressing derogatory, debasing, and offensive statements against each other with impunity? This is because, notwithstanding the protective and supportive laws provided in the Constitution of Liberia, guaranteeing the right to the free exercise of certain liberties, there is no satisfactory mechanism for the scrutiny of potential journalists and media personnel and the proper sanction against those who violate and abuse these civil liberties, respecting the provisions of the Constitution and consistent with due process of law. In this context, one can clearly wonder why, with such well-provided guarantee of civil liberties in our organic laws in this country, the fundamental rights of individuals and even members of the press be sometimes abused. And on the other hand, why do media personnel publish false and misleading information with wanton disregard to the rights of others? I believe that a review of these questions may take recourse to the strategy now being applied in the judicial and justice systems of Liberia. I have searched and cannot find a reported case of a properly prosecuted malpractice suit in this jurisdiction. It is no secret that this is because the limited number of qualified personnel we have in different areas of technical expertise in the country, i.e. medicine, engineering, media, law, etc., in regard to their personal knowledge of and interaction with one another, a professional generally hesitates to testify against the other in a suit for malpractice. To ameliorate this situation of not demanding a colleague to appear and testify in a trial that will cause another colleague to lose his right to practice his profession is in the case of my profession, lawyering. The judiciary has established the Judicial Inquiry Commission and the Grievance and Ethics Committee. These are essentially the self-regulating bodies of the lawyers by judgment of their own peers, consistent with the provisions laid in the Constitution of Liberia and in accordance with due process of law. Judges and lawyers are therefore given the authority to scrutinize the performances of their colleagues upon a complaint for wrong or unethical practices, and after production of evidence and the opportunity to be heard and confront the accuser, a judgment is rendered, and with the full participation of their colleagues and peers for the guarantee and enhancement of the professional integrity of the legal profession. It is therefore my recommendation that, armed with the sufficient authority of a legislation, an independent commission be established that will have the authority to issue license to media entities and personnel. This commission should also be empowered to investigate complaints brought against media entities and personnel, and to have the power, after due hearing, consistent with the laws of the Constitution and in accordance with due process, suspend the licenses of media entities and personnel, and to recommend to the government regulating agency the power to revoke all licenses and to even proceed by mandamus to compel its decision to be adhered to in a court of competent jurisdiction should any government regulating agency fail or refuse to enforce its ruling after a trial had been had consistent with due process of law. I hope I have adequately exhausted the topic as presented. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jones. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, we are hard pressed for time, one starting up late, and we are targeting to end this convention in the shortest possible time. So may I appeal to everyone and ask for your indulgence that we try to stay within our limited time or try to be as brief as possible. Our next speaker is Caroline Boa, co-founder of the Liberian Feminist Forum. The issue of rape and the insecurity of women and girls in Liberia has taken center stage. Quite recently, we saw women of Liberia protesting the streets of Monrovia, demanding government's action. Madam Boa, a feminist and women rights advocate, she's a co-founder of the Liberian Feminist Forum and country director of Medical Mondial Liberia, a women rights and relief organization. She assumed this position in 2013, leading the organization's transition to an entirely local leadership in 2014. She holds a master's in economic management from Makerere University in Kampala, Uganda, and has lectured economic courses at the University of Liberia. And I have the pleasure to present to you Madam Caroline Boa.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sam Johnson, for the introduction. And thanks very much to ALJA for this invitation to be able to shed some light on the situation of women and girls. I think it's critical when we talk about the issues, what the role the media can play and also how impunity has been largely responsible for the quality of cases that we're having. I'd like to just start with providing a context of broad context. So we know that women in Liberia make up about half of the population, so that's very significant. But again, given entrenched social norms, we do have different impact on women. Gender issues in Liberia, context showcase a history of violence, intimidation, but also abuse of power, both for women and girls, predominantly sexual, and using power as a means to intimidate women. As a result, the country between a 14-year civil crisis, which we all are aware of, my power, the computer, please, which we're all aware of, and which ended in 2003, showcased the effects of the said intimidation, which has over time contributed towards the vulnerability of women and girls in the country. Now, when we talk about sexual and gender-based violence issues, the computer itself, this one, the other one, sorry. When we talk about sexual and gender-based violence issues, we're in terms of how it is done, it's really around enforcing power, the use of power, and creating an environment which sort of takes away the agency from women. And we saw this very visibly during the heat of the civil conflict, but we've also seen it, I think, even prior to pre-war. But again, we would not speak about sexual and gender-based violence as that. I don't even believe that most of us knew that terminology, how to describe it. But also there was a whole issue around, being hushed, being silenced, not being able to speak about it. It was supposed to be a family matter, was supposed to be a family affair. So as a result of all of this, SGBV has been recognized as a key characteristic of the Civil War. But also, like I just mentioned, even in current times, we've seen the headlines on newspapers. Again, during epidemics, during humanitarian crisis, we do have an exacerbation of these various cases. Liberia has a very high incidence of sexual and gender-based violence, which accounts for about 60% of all crimes reported annually. That is quite huge. If we're reporting about 60% of all crimes, which is affecting almost half of the population in the country, then that should be very concerning for us. Rape is being reported as the most single cases over the period, and usually it's around 80% of those HPV cases. Again, as a result of all these cases, it does impact women in different ways. We have FGM, we have traditional practices that are practiced across the country, which affects women. Also, we have high levels of poverty, and we know that these are contexts that impact women. We operate a dual legal system, the statutory and customary, which does create loopholes where women can be violated because one law states another. For example, we talk about age of consent. Age of consent in the statutory is around 18, but we have traditional practices which put age of consent at 16. This sort of contradiction creates loops so that women can be violated. I know I'm being pressed with time, so I just like to highlight some of the stats. In 2014, we do have about 395 cases of sexual and gender-based violence cases being reported. In 2015, we have 1,555 cases. In 1,885 in 2018, 2,000. So these are very, huge numbers that we're referring to. One woman raped, one woman abused, for me, is concerning. Now, what is the issue with impunity? We have court systems that don't function. We have the corruption in the courts, you have women coming to trial and being asked to detail accounts of how they have been raped. So all of these issues are issues challenge to come forward, but also to be able to get justice. There's also compromise of those cases within the family at the family level, or their influence in other ways to be able to take their cases out of court. Now, I'd like to end to just highlight the role of the media, since we're talking about the media. I know time is pressed. So the media, I believe, can be a facilitator in terms of the critical role, the critical space, the critical platform that the media has. So just in terms of how you shift gender stereotypes, just in terms of how you shift attitudes around women and girls. So I believe that that powerful tool, if we use it in the right way, we do have a role in terms of the media that can play, that the media can play. But we've seen how the media report these cases, we sort of re-victimize, we sort of reinforce gender stereotypes. I believe that going forward, the media can, and again, this might even need some sort of training, but also just some sort of awareness as to how we, the media, contribute to this fight against sexual and gender-based violence. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Caroline, for those stats that you just presented. At the center of this whole discussion concerning the rule of law and the culture of impunity is the role of media. And I can't say it, how much this has been emphasized so far by the two speakers. We will now invite Mr. James Botti, who is going to speak to us about the media and the rule of law. Mr. Botti is managing editor, host of Daybreak Africa radio program for the Voice of America. He's a career broadcaster and has worked for several media entities, including the Voice of Plebo in Plebo, Maryland County, Liberia, in the West Africa magazine as Washington correspondent. He holds a bachelor's degree in journalism from the University of Minnesota, a master's degree in mass communication from Howard University, and a diploma in radio and television broadcasting from Brown Institute, now Brown College in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Mr. Botti.
Well, thank you very much again. First of all, Mr. Mason and all my fellow journalists on this forum. I am very honored to be to join you today. Especially the distinguished speakers you have outlined. As in your organization, the Association of Liberian Journalists in the Americas, your continuation of highlighting the plight of journalism in Liberia deserves just to be praised. And I want to thank you very much for that. Before I go on to just say my few words, I just wanted to say that, you know, it took a while for me to accept to appear today because of our restrictions. So although I work for Voice of America, I just wanted to say that what I am going to say, I'm here on my personal behalf and not representing VOA officially. So everything I say here is my personal, it's strictly mine, not the official voice of the Voice of America. So what I want to do before I go, I don't know if I can share my screen with the group. Can I do that? Can I share my screen?
Yes, Mr. Botti, just a second. We can admit you to do that. Yeah, now you can go right ahead.
Oh, okay. Just give me a minute. Give me a minute. Let me try to do that.
Okay. Perfect. Yes.
Okay, asking if it's okay, where is your
Mr. Botte, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. You see, it's part of the technology. So again, what I would like to do, I wanted to be able to share my screen with everyone. So as I was saying,
I see your screen.
Oh, you can see it?
Yep, I see focus.
Oh, really? Okay, thank you. So basically today, what I'd like to do is to put the highlight exactly what the association can do to effectively support a free and independent media in Liberia. So first, I want to I want to begin with my own journey, how I became. Again, I was born, as you rightly say, I was born, in Grand Gita County, then now River G. My parents did not speak English, but they instilled in me the value of always speaking the truth. I'm talking about how I became a journalist. And so I also wanted to just fill the information gap between the urban area and the rural area. So throughout these decades, I've tried my best, just to fulfill that role, to be the voice of the voiceless. Basically, what I say here today is going to be limited because I am still practicing. I'm still practicing journalist. So what I say will be limited or be constrained. So I want to talk basically of the role of the Voice of America. Again, the Voice of America is a U.S. government voice to the world. We are protected by the Charter of the Voice of America, and it allows us to speak and report the news accurately and objectively. Underneath that also, we have the firewall. The firewall is the United States Congress law that prohibits any government interference in the work that we do. What do I do? As you mentioned rightly, I represent Daybreak Africa. I'm the managing editor, and it's in the English to Africa division. 25 million listeners and viewers almost every year, and it's growing. Okay, as our research, the role of the media has already been highlighted. But as I was researching, I came across this by Jamie Patricia, and this was in 1998. And he said, just the role of the media is to inform the public on democratic choices, to provoke public debate on issues, also uncover abuses and report with accuracy and balance, and also to alert the public to humanitarian causes and injustices. The theme of this is to talk about impunity, and to use trained professional reporters who are knowledgeable about the subject that they are reporting on. I want to skip this one because this slide I like to skip. It just talk about the Liberian media at a glance. We have the proliferation of Liberian media, and so I am briefly just to say the number of television stations. Terrestrial is 7 television stations, digital 1, radio station 60 just in Monrovia alone. Community, of course, there are community radio stations that we still don't know about in the different counties. Newspapers 20, Monrovia alone. The internet usage 624,610, and Facebook. Again, I am saying this because just to highlight the proliferation of the media in Liberia. Now, my coverage. At the Voice of America, I've covered Liberia for decades, and I continue to do that. It has also put a burden, what I would call the burden of the nation, where almost everyone who has a story to tell will come and say, James Butty, can you help us put our story on? Of course, I also represent Africa. So it creates a situation for me every day where I have to make these choices. There's also been trials and tribulations, which I am not going to speak on because, as I said again, I am restricted because I am still practicing as a journalist. Some people have looked at my relationship with the work that I do on transactional relationship. They see it as a transactional relationship. That is, this is a problem with Liberian journalists where officials will come and say, oh, please, report on this and you get this amount. No. And I've said no. I've been guided by my professionalism as for the Voice of America Charter and the firewall. Now, the Liberian media challenges the lack of proper training and equipment is important for Liberian media. Government interference. These are some of the challenges. Low pay, gender disparity. These are some of the challenges, and as I would like for this organization to be doing as we move forward is to, and this is why I come to my next slide, the role of the Association of the Liberian Journalists in the Americas. Sometime back, I read in 2018, one of your president, Moses Sandy, said that your organization has set up a media development fund. I'd like to encourage you that that's very good, that you should continue to do that. Lobby for professional exchanges with some of the media institutions in the developed world, the Voice of America, New York Times, Washington Post, the BBC. Be ready, for example, because some of these people may not be able to pay for journalists who are coming from Liberia. Those of you who are here, be ready to offer housing for those journalists when they come to do any professional exchange. Continue to speak out against the laws that criminalize freedom of the press and accountability. I want to say this is very important. In order for you to do all of these, the association to accomplish and do all these, you must be accountable and transparent. Your organization must be accountable and transparent. Now, before I leave, I'll be available to answer questions, but I wanted to say that my final word is to the young journalists who are listening today. Please, the road to professionalism is paved not all the time with gold, but it's paved with personal sacrifices. In order to reach your pinnacle of being a professional, be prepared to make sacrifices. I am a typical example, and I can share with you more on this, on what I mean. So please, to be a true professional, be prepared to make sacrifices. And that's what I have to say. I'm available for questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Butty. Mr. Butty joined us from Washington, D.C. here in the United States. Among those, and before I go to the next point, Mr. Butty is a founding member of ALJA. Among those guests who are watching this event today is Mr. Talbot Yinswa, former Director General of the National Public Health Institute of Liberia and current research associate at Johns Hopkins School of Public Health. We want to welcome you, Mr. Yinswa. Our next speaker, we're going to continue going forward with the question of the media's role. And so I will beg the indulgence of our speakers to allow us to make this adjustment. We'll now begin to look at the issue of the media, disability rights, and the issue of security for disabled people. And so we've invited Dr. Amy Hewitt, who's the director at the Institute on Community Integration at the University of Minnesota. Her work focuses on the intersection of community inclusion and quality of life for children and adults with disability and their families. Her current research focuses on community living, direct support, workforce development, person-centered planning, thinking, and positive behavior support. She has authored and co-authored many academic articles and curriculum. Without much ado, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I present to you from the University of Minnesota campus, I believe in Minnesota, Dr. Amy Hewitt.
Thank you so much for introducing me and for inviting me to talk with you all today. I have to say it's the first time that I've ever had the opportunity to talk to a group that is media professionals and journalists solely. So that's an exciting opportunity for me. I would like to be able to share my screen. So hopefully.
Yeah, you should have the ability to
do that. All right, let me be able to do that. Give me just a second while I get it set up. Okay, you should be able to see it now. Can everybody see my screen? Great. So I was asked to be able to speak to all of you about the role of media in promoting the rights and inclusion of people with disabilities in Liberia, as well as other countries throughout the world. Thank you again. As I was introduced, I direct a research institute called the Institute on Community Integration at the University of Minnesota. We're a part of our College of Education and Human Development, and we really see ourselves as a collective group of individuals who are researchers, trainers, outreach educators around pushing the edge of inclusion of people with disabilities in our communities. And we do that by trying to influence and shape policy and practice. And one of the areas of practice is really around the media and the image that is portrayed in the media of persons with disabilities. So our work is focused on research training and various types of information sharing. Our mission really, I put this in here because I think it's important for you all to understand the context of my message, but our mission is to improve policies and practices that ensure children, youth, and adults with disabilities and those receiving educational supports are valued by and contribute to their communities of choice. And our vision is one in which we have communities that are truly inclusive, where people with all types of disabilities are included, belong, and have valued roles throughout their lives. And one of the best ways for us to be able to reach our vision is to make sure that people in communities all across the world see positive images of people with disabilities, and that the media is promoting behavioral and attitude change in our world citizens about people with disabilities, their capabilities, their abilities. And a part of that is choosing words correctly and choosing words that promote a positive image of people with disabilities and how they contribute to their families, their community, and to our world at large. So using images that sort of are more positive versus negative, and focus on the quality of life of people with disabilities is critically important in your role. And it's all kind of grounded in one of the United Nations treaty, the Convention on the Rights of People with Disabilities. And Liberia ratified that in 2012. There's a specific section in this treaty that really calls on the media, names the media specifically, to combat stereotypes and prejudice about people with disabilities, to promote positive perceptions of people with disabilities, and to increase social awareness of people with disabilities. So I think that's kind of the intersection of where centers like the one I work at connects with media across the world. So one of the things that we know is there's widespread disparity on the coverage of disability rights and topics surrounding inclusion, integration, and belonging for people with disabilities in West Africa. There's a lack of what we call person first language and increasingly identity first language. And that's where you really talk about the person, who they are as a person, what they do, their valued roles in our communities in coverage versus sort of pity and feeling sorry for, and in some cases kind of the burden language, which is common in some media. Another piece that's really important is that a lot of times, particularly in African nations, we see disability as being thought of primarily as physical disability or sensory disability. So people who are blind or who can't hear, or people who may be missing limbs, or have problems with the way in which they walk and get around their community. And what is often missing of any coverage are people with non-visible disabilities. So people who have intellectual disability, a developmental disability, cognitive problems, those are often excluded in what coverage does exist in media. And so really thinking about, media does a very nice job of talking about human rights and social justice issues, but in virtually every country in this world, disability rights as a part of that social justice and human rights agenda are omitted. And in many African nations, people who don't have physical or sensory disabilities are often hidden in their family homes, and certainly aren't in school, even if policies in those nations say that they're to be included in school with regular education, with kids receiving regular education. And so thinking about broadening coverage and focusing on disability coverage from that human rights and social justice perspective is critically important. Another aspect of promoting the human dignity and social justice issues is to more broadly cover the positive aspects of people with disabilities. So to find people who are working, who are serving as leaders in their churches, who are supporting kids, any kind of valued role that people with disabilities have, to focus on that type of coverage and avoid kind of those stereotypes that often exist in the cultures where people with disabilities are viewed not as contributing and valued members of the community. So a few ways to do that are really to think about talking to people with disabilities about how they identify themselves, about what they want out of their life, to look at the rights violations. So I can guarantee you in your country, there are rights that are in law, in statute, that are given to people with disabilities, and yet those rights are being violated right and left. And so the more you can focus on uplifting those rights and holding people accountable for those rights, it would be a very important role of the media in changing communities and perceptions about people with disabilities. Another component of that is, as you approach your work, to do that in collaboration with people with disabilities. And so getting to know self-advocacy groups. So a self-advocacy group is a group in which people with disabilities come together and they stand up for their own rights and their own social justice. There are also NGOs in every country that focus on supporting people with disabilities. And so the more you can find those organizations in your communities and highlight disability issues in partnership with them, the more accurate your reflection of disability justice, disability rights, and the lives of people with disabilities will be. The other part of that is thinking about trying to deliver stories that are really accessible, respectful, and inclusive of people with disabilities. And so making sure that they're a part of the storytelling and that it's not just journalists talking on behalf of or for people with disabilities, but to bring them into your stories and help them to shape their words to educate communities about their rights. So here are some critical areas where if you wanted to change, if you wanted to be able to change how people are perceived with disabilities through your work, you could focus on disability employment, inclusive disability employment. Where are people with disabilities working in your communities? Another area is accessibility for people with disabilities. So looking at all the public places in your community where people go to get services or to request goods, and being able to look at whether those places are accessible for people with disabilities, whether that's a faith community, a school, a government building, are they accessible? And if not, being able to advocate to make them accessible as a kind of slant on your story. Also, to be sure that you are intentionally including stories around disabilities other than physical and sensory. So developmental disabilities, autism spectrum disorders, mental health challenges, depression, bipolar disorder, anxiety, those kinds of disabilities, and focus on the positive and evidence-based interventions to support this group of individuals in your communities, as well as to promote but also challenge existing policies to ensure that the promises of inclusion and community integration are really available to all people. At our center, one of our charges is to disseminate information. And one of the ways we do that is to capture stories. And I put this resource in this slideshow for you so that you'll go here and just kind of capture, just pay attention to the words that are used, the stories that are told about and with and by people with disabilities, because I think it will give you a feel of how you can bring to life the real life and the valuable contributions and how people with disabilities can and do contribute to their communities. I also left a couple of references for you on the slideshow, which I know the conference organizers can give you, as well as my contact information should you have questions or want any ideas in your work. That's what I prepared for you. And again, reach out to me if you have any questions or ideas, and good luck to you in your continued work. And thank you in advance for taking the issue of disability inclusion to heart and through your media. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hewitt. As we talk about the media, it's only important that we also think about the stock of knowledge and the means of training available in Liberia, especially for local journalists. And so our next speaker is going to take on that topic, and I'll turn you over to Arkai Awulateg Ladings to introduce our next speaker.
Our next speaker is Uriah Stogar. He's the head of the Department of Mass Communications at the University of Liberia. Our speaker holds a Master in Communication and Information Services from Tilburg University in the Netherlands.
Mr. Toga will have 10 minutes, so I beg all of us, please, let us hang in there. I know we are pressed for time. It's over to you in Monrovia, Mr. Toga.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. We are delighted to be a part of this annual National Convention of the Association of Liberian Journalists in the Americas. We greet the leadership of the association headed by Joe Mason and hail you for your steadfast engagements with your country of nativity, which demonstrate the level of attachment and bond you feel with this country. We proudly delight in the fact that most, if not all of you, are alumni of the Mass Communication Department of the University of Liberia. Your individual and collective achievements overseas make us proud of you and ourselves as a department. Making us a part of this event signals to us that you also feel some level of bond with the department, and that pleases us a great deal. We will work with Joe and your leadership to further strengthen the ties between yourselves, the association, and the Department of Mass Communication at the University of Liberia. As the chairman of a university department that trains and qualifies most of our media practitioners, and as a media consumer myself, I feel well placed to throw in a few critical comments on the theme, specifically on the role and performance of the media during this crucial period of our existence as a nation and people. The realization of the cultural, social, economic, and political aspirations of a given people have remained the fulcrum of the work of the media and journalists. In other words, the key function of media is to empower citizens by providing information that is accurate, factual, and useful so that they can make decisions on matters ranging from policy issues to consumer goods. It is in recognition of this significant role that the Liberia Herald, funded by African-American Charles Force, was put into operations in 1826. As a tabloid, the newspaper propagated the ambitions and goals of Liberia, then referred to as the colony. This was followed by countless newspapers publishing in war and peace times. Among them was yesterday's Herald and today's Front Page Africa. I mentioned the two without any prejudice to the impressive work the others have done and still do to keep the political elites in check and to assist people make informed voting decisions in elections. However, the task of the media and journalists to keep political elites on their toes has never been a stroll on the beach. No, it has been, still is, and may remain a dangerous fight for media practitioners. Scores of our colleagues perceived to be critical against bad governance, hence branded as enemies of the state, bear psychological and physical scars from harassment, physical assault, detention, and or even death. Yesterday were journalists Stanton Peabody, Rufus Dapo, Charles Wayon, Bill Frank Inouye, John Vamo, etc. And recently publisher Rodney Sie, who had a 5,000-year prison sentence slammed on him for uncovering political misdeeds. Other examples are Christopher Walker of FPA, Zenu Miller of OKFM, and Omaska Mark, a journalist and current student of the Mass Communication Department, who recently received a deadly wound to the head for reporting on voter trucking ahead of the midterm elections. These are but few of the journalists who have suffered at the hands of state securities and party loyalists for simply attempting to fulfill their duties to the Liberian people. While we condemn the brutalities and attacks against the media, we encourage media practitioners to respect the rule of law and the ethics that govern the profession. If the media will be effective in promoting pro-social behaviors and change, it must win public trust through proper conduct. The media in its news covering and reporting must avoid personal biases and partisanship for neutrality, fairness, and objectivity. When done, this will increase public trust in the media, whose job is to promote human dignity, equality, accountability, and transparency, and peace and development. Anything short of this is zero score and can weaken the media's influence and power, hence making it a toothless watchdog. As the largest and most reputable training center for journalism in Liberia, we in the Department of Mass Communication at the University of Liberia take seriously not just the hostilities and unfriendly environment that journalists and the media face, but also take seriously the level of unprofessionalism and flagrant disrespect for the code of ethics for excellent journalism that has now engulfed the media and now threatens the credibility of a once noble profession. While we do not claim responsibility for this unfortunate trend, specifically because the behavior does not border on competence as it does on attitude, our department is taking important steps to tighten the noose and improve the quality of learning in the department with the hope of regaining or strengthening the reputation and image of the media. Specifically, we have begun to review our curriculum and teaching methods to bring us on par with others on the continent and abroad. Consistent with our vision, we are proposing a robust change in curriculum that will eventually lead to us becoming a school of communication and media studies, thereby moving our program away from being a journalism-dominated one. When approved and introduced, students entering our department will have alternative beginner career choices in other areas such as corporate communication, public relations, marketing and advertising, film and documentary, to name a few. Given the significant role of the media in strengthening our democracy, especially at this crucial interval, we are also aiming to strengthen our journalism program by introducing new courses to meet present societal needs. For example, we are looking to introducing elections reporting, media monitoring and analysis, SGBV reporting, conflict reporting, natural resources reporting, online news reporting, mobile journalism, etc. These changes are intended to give students specialized journalism skills to meet today's challenges. Additionally, we are proposing the introduction of a certificate program in journalism that could last anywhere from 12 to 18 months. We believe this will open the doors for many of the young people who cannot enter the university for varying reasons to gain proper training under the tutelage of highly trained and qualified media professionals and academics. We are under no illusion that all of these will be easy to achieve. A first challenge associated with this is identifying and attracting qualified faculty, either on adjunct or full-time basis. While we continue to look out and hold discussions with Liberians at home and abroad to come and assist us, we are also exploring opportunities for faculty development, either through exchange programs or advanced study programs for both faculty and students. An additional challenge associated with expanding our program and strengthening our department is in the current learning environment. Both our students and faculty lack access to up-to-date books, whether e-books or paper books. Faculty wanting to enrich students' learning experiences through reading activities are hindered by the thought that students do not have access to materials. Additionally, Students lack access to computers. Students' lack of access to computers poses another challenge to learning, heightened by the lack of computer knowledge and skills. Struggling students found it difficult to complete assignments intended to get them to engage with learning materials. As we aim to expand our program and bring quality to the learning experience, we are also looking out for help to construct a mini library equipped with computers that can be used to develop students' computer knowledge and digital skills that will prepare them to become effective in the field. Motivated by our desire to professionalize the media landscape by stepping up quality, we are confident that we will succeed in strengthening our department and program for the sake of better journalism in Liberia. Thank you very much.
Dr. Johnson, can you unmute yourself, please?
Thank you very much, Mr. Toga. Our next speaker is no stranger to us. For me, I know her as Roberta Lima Bowie. I know she's going to hit me for this one. She is a 2011 Nobel Peace Laureate, and she was selected for her work on the nonviolent struggle for the safety of women and for women's rights to full participation in peace-building work and, by extension, governance. In addition to being the founder of the Bowie Peace Foundation, USA Liberia, Madam Bowie currently serves as Executive Director of the Women, Peace and Security Program at Columbia University, Earth Institute. She's on the board of the Nobel Women's Initiative and the Board of Trustees of the Carnegie Corporation of New York. She has been named one of the top 100 most influential people in gender policy by application and one of the world's 50 greatest leaders by Fortune magazine. She holds an MA in conflict transformation from the Eastern Mennonite University of the USA. With our pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Madam Lima Bowie, my sister Roberta.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. And it's only because of you that I would sit on a Zoom for almost 3 hours when you told me 1 hour. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I call this another great day that the Lord has made, and we shall all rejoice and be glad in it. I want to extend my sincere thanks and appreciation to the Association of Liberian Journalists in Americas for inviting me to share my thoughts. To President Mason and his executive, I want to say thank you for putting up such a splendid conference. I also must commend the association for keeping Liberia front and center of your daily existence. I always say being Liberian is not just in the passport you hold or your status of residence wherever you find yourself. Being Liberian is in your blood. It is that bloodline as Liberians that propels all of us to stand up, or some of us to stand up and speak out against the ills and difficulties our land is confronted with. A few weeks ago, I found myself in company of some Ghanaian businessmen and Liberians here in Ghana. The conversation drifted to politics in Liberia and the state of our nation. One businessman, a Ghanaian who has a business interest in Liberia, proceeded to describe my motherland. He talked about so many things. I was extremely heartbroken, sad. This led me when I got home to write a letter to Mama Liberia. I reference this experience because although it left me pained, I cannot genuinely say that this businessman did not raise almost all of Liberia's issue presented here today. From a dysfunctional country with absolutely no regards for the rule of law to how doomed Liberians are because of the lack of investment in our youth, to the poor state of our academic institutions. I could go on. We often say that the truth is very difficult to swallow, but that conversation is our country's sad reality. It hurts to hear, but it is the truth. I have spent almost all of my adult life advocating for women's rights and peace, not just in Liberia, on the continent and globally. In this period, I have seen, and Liberia has seen, some very crude and callous leaders. The Taylor era was no walk in the park. We were all aware of what we were up against: military dictatorship dressed as democracy. Today, it isn't easy to describe what exactly Liberia has in terms of government. Thanks to Finance Minister Twer, I know that they're toying with the idea of a benevolent dictatorship. But for a lack of a better word, I would describe our idea of current government as, or our current governance system as, the pregnant rat democracy. And this is coined by me. Bite and blow. One day there seemed to be real interest in the people, especially during election cycle. And then another day, a total lack of interest. Corruption, human rights violation, poor health and educational system, lack of proper redress for citizens concerned are few of the numerous issues that we are confronted with daily, and have seen governments' lack of political will in some cases to prosecute where prosecution is needed, or respond when citizens are seeking answers to burning concerns, as seen recently with the rape protests in Liberia. Impunity and other entrenched corrupt practices can be seen within our systems and communities, from local vendors to the police to the press publishing fake news. A few months ago, I found myself in Boone County. I stopped to buy food at one of the local markets. A little boy, about 10 years old, came and said, "Auntie, let me help you. Tongai bag here spoke to me in Pele. Let me hold your bag." I said, "You selling your plastic bag?" He said, "Yes." "How much?" $100. "No problem." So we went along. I chatted with him as I bought my produce. When we ended the journey, I got to my car, handed him 500 Liberian dollars, and got in the car. As I waited for other passengers to get in the car, this little boy came running back to say, "You didn't pay me." To say I was upset is an understatement. I let loose every bad word I knew in Pele, and the village fined me at that moment. But that, in my opinion, is corruption on nursery. And in a few years, if you give that child any position of authority, you cannot even begin to imagine what he will do. Liberia today, prosecution is still something that is difficult to find. We turn a blind eye in many instances to Liberia's institutional problems. We have neglected the rule of law. Even worse, we are still stuck in the mode. In every democratic circle we've seen since the end of the war, we are stuck in the our time to eat mode. The media principally must play a significant role to expose all of the ills in our society. It is time for them to work and move forward as enshrined in their mandate. It has repeatedly been said that the media is the watchdog of society. Sadly, in our current political landscape, the media has become the guard dogs for those who are the highest bidder. I know I'm not going to be very popular after today, but I'm not looking for popularity. What I'm looking for is how we can put together. Sam and Joe, you knew what you were looking for when you invited me. The media again has become guard dogs for the highest bidder. In most instances, politicians who will pay them to distort the truth, leading desperate citizens astray. The irony also is that we've often heard that the pen is mightier than the sword. Today, the pen in Liberia serves as dull, overused axe with no substance. Those in the institute who are keen on putting out truth are often discouraged by their colleagues and their peers. Corruption starts from every corner, and the cato is key to the media's way of doing business. I heard recently from someone that corruption or corrupt regimes have 77 lives. And any journalist or any media institution that dare to try and stand up to it will fail. I refuse to accept that as the reality of the world that we live in. Journalists and activists and every truth-loving citizen must stand up. If we are able to kill one of the 77 lives in our lifetime, we leave the other 76 for another core of honest people to come and tackle. The current state of Liberia can no longer afford mediocrity. To transform Liberia, we must all harness the best within us, starting with putting country first. Those of us who have been charged to teach must teach, knowing that our children's future is tied to the time, energy, and love we invest in our profession. Those who are called to be watchdogs of society must resist the urge to distort the truth for cattle, knowing that regardless of how hard we crush the truth, it will rise and history will judge us harshly. Similarly, those charged to serve must serve, knowing that Liberia has a history of leaders who repeatedly fail to prioritize our advancement. We cannot, as a people, plant corruption and expect to reap sustainable development and peace. It has been said often that insanity is doing the same thing repeatedly and expecting a different results. For us to harness peace, we must also begin to redefine what is peace to us as Liberians. Peace is not just the absence of war. Peace is the presence of every condition that dignifies you and I. And with this definition, can we definitely, or can we clearly state or emphatically state that Liberia has peace? My answer is a resounding no. The conditions that our people live in is not something that is for us to talk about over and over. The poor state of our nation, the hardship, the poverty, the get-rich-quick scheme in political life of many of our politicians is something that we must all stand up and speak out about. The Liberia we have today, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, cannot afford to stand aside and watch as we seek personal interests over the nation's good. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said there comes a time when one must take a position that is neither safe nor politic nor popular, but he or she must take it because his conscience tells him it is right. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the times are calling us all to do what is right, true, just, and fair. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Nobel Laureate. With your indulgence, I will appeal that you remain around and maybe there could be one or two questions from the audience. Do I have your will and pleasure?
Anything for you, my brother.
All right, so distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the rule of the game. For all of us at watch parties, if you have questions, I will ask that you refer to my co-facilitators at these parties. In Minneapolis, Minnesota is Joey Kennedy. In Delaware here in Newcastle is Akai Awolate Gladings. In Monrovia is Clarence Jackson, and I think Malcolm Joseph is also going to be assisting in that direction. For those of you who are not at any of the viewing parties but watching this program, with intention to ask questions, I will urge you to please put your questions into the chat, and as time permits, I'm going to read them out. So we're going to start first with Minnesota, where the president resides, and I will ask Joey Kennedy to take it over from there. We are going to field 3 questions from Minneapolis for our panelists.
So Joey is coming to, I think you can sit right here. Okay, just pull this chair. Oh, or you can come right back.
Thank you so much, Sam, for moderating so far. We have a couple of questions here. So firstly, let me just ask mine, and then we'll take a few from the floor. I don't know whether the council.
So we're going to go around. So we're going to take the first 3 from you.
Okay.
We'll go around the groups.
Okay, good. So I'll be starting because I have a question. I hope the councilor is still available. Councilor Jones, who made the first presentation. In his recommendation, he intimated a need to establish an independent commission that will license journalists in Liberia, as well as have the authority to revoke the license after a due hearing process. And this question goes across. Lehman, do you support his quest? Also, James, Buddy, what do you think about the recommendation? And also the other presenter, what's your disposition on the recommendation he made?
Yeah.
And then our next question is going to come from
Veteran Patrick Kuman.
Patrick Kuman, veteran journalist Patrick Kuman. We will be asking the next question. Mr. Kuman?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Botte. I would like you to make a brief comment on Mr. Weah, president of Liberia, closing of the Costa radio station, and Mr. Trump, president of the United States of America, dissolving the board of directors of VOA.
So if you have a question, can you just come?
Yeah, Lincoln Bryan. Lincoln Bryan has a question, so he's coming up. Just.
I'll be right here.
Okay.
I think
Okay.
yeah,
right.
Okay. Thank you so much. My question specifically, I'll be asking Lema Bowie. I listened to your presentation, and that was great. Some of the points you raised and some of the issue in our country that you raised, that's quite important. But my question is from you, what you think are some of the recommendations? Like, for instance, you talk about the media is kind of corrupt. You describe the pen now is no longer martyred, and the soil corruption has taken over the media. And we have the press union here as part of this convention. What do you think are the recommendations to the press union and the entire media body to improve some of the situation in our country? And with respect to rule of law, maybe you can go across to the panel. What are some of the basic recommendations with respect to rule of law, like the issue of rapes, Lehman, you talk about, and some of the issues in our country? What are some of the recommendations when it comes to rule of law in our country? Thank you.
Yeah, Bamba.
Okay, so
all right, so we will allow the speakers to respond to these questions, and we're going to go around gradually. So it's over to you, Lima in Accra, Councillor Jones in Monrovia, James in Washington, D.C., Caroline Boa also in Monrovia. You can take a stab now at the question, each of you.
Oh, this is James Botte. Can everyone hear me, please?
Sure.
Yes, we are. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you. With respect to the question on the licensing of journalists, if I'm not mistaken, I think the Press Union of Liberia has a role in this, and also the Ministry of Information. I think they have the responsibility to license journalists. So the Press Union of Liberia, I think this is very important because what's happening is that one of the things in trying to do my presentation, the level of journalism in Liberia at now, while there is a proliferation of the media, the quality of journalism has deteriorated. This is very, very important. So the need to license who becomes a journalist is very important. I was speaking to my older brother, David Barty, who did work for the Ministry of the Liberian News Agency. As you know, he's now in Detroit. He did work for Detroit News here. But he was telling me, James, when he was there at the Ministry of Information at the Liberian News Agency, he thought he observed something like two types of journalists. Those who wanted to enter the journalism profession and those who wanted to join the listing. Join the listing are those people who want to just get into the journalism profession and not willing to do the work that is required. The others who wanted to be journalists and enter the journalism profession were willing to work hard and improve their well-being. That's what I said in my closing, that if you want to be a journalist, you must be prepared to make sacrifices. Nothing comes easily. The professionalism is not given to you on a silver platter. I am a typical example. There was a time that my wife and I could not afford rent. I had to do other things just to support my professionalism. This is why I'm here today. No one can look at me and say, oh, James Batty, I gave you money to do this. That's not there, because I have made the sacrifice to be who I am. That's why you see me, I'm at the Voice of America. That's why you see me, I'm in charge of a lot of journalists trying to report to me, because I've set the example. So the issue of licensing, someone needs to, I think the press union needs to crack down in terms of who really gets the license to become a journalist. The Ministry of Information, I think they are also supposed to be doing that. Patrick Kuhlman, you asked a question. If I'm not mistaken, you mentioned, I think, something about President Trump. Can somebody please repeat that question to me?
Is Mr. Kuhlman there to restate his question?
Yes,
Yeah,
he's
doing that.
Yes, he's right here.
I want you to comment or make a brief comment on President Weah of Liberia closing Mr. Costa's radio station and President Trump of the United States of America dissolving the board of directors of Voice of America.
Well, I think, let me start with your question on the President Trump. When I made my presentation, I spoke about the Voice of America. We, the journalists at Voice of America, are guided by the Charter of the Voice of America. We are also guided by something called the firewall. That's the United States Congress law that prohibits any government official from trying to influence the content of what we do, what we report. It prohibits, you cannot punish me or try to get me to change the way to report because of this is the way this official thinks. The board of the Voice of America, that is appointed. It's appointed. I think it's political appointment, I'm not sure, but that is the way it goes. But in terms of what we, the journalists at Voice of America, do, we are guided by this law, the United States Congress law that says you cannot force us, you cannot make us to report from your political point of view. Therefore, we do not represent any political interest. We do not. With regard to President Weah and the closure of Costa's show, the radio station, I did cover that. I interviewed both Costa. I interviewed the Minister of Information about that. Again, Costa explained to me what the motivation was. The government also had its motivation why it closed down the radio station. So I'm glad that maybe eventually things are moving the way they are moving, but I heard both sides of it, right? So I want to leave it there.
Well, if I may
all
jump
right,
in.
thank you. Lima, you want to go in? I wanted to
Yeah,
change
if
the
I may
ball game
jump in,
around.
because
Okay,
at some point I will have to leave this call. On the issue of the issue that Councillor Jones raised about starting a new integrity entity to kind of like oversee the media in Liberia, my question would be to us, is it the same caliber of people that will be occupying that new entity? And if the answer is yes, is basically putting new old wines in new bottles. I think the problem the media and many other entities in Liberia are confronted with is independence. I go back to the press union. You cannot have an independent press union of Liberia when those who want to take on the leadership will be so desperate for leadership that they will take cash from the government to run their campaign. You lay down with dog, you wake up with fleas. If the media in Liberia must be independent, even the election process must be independent. So if you want to be president, you are standing your ground and saying, I'm not taking rack or change from anyone. I will run my campaign amongst my colleagues based on my integrity. And once I get into this seat, I am going to run this organization with the integrity that is supposed to be run with. Independence is very key into the whole media functioning in Liberia. Even if we go and bring down Inja Gabriel and Michael and say, come and do this, as long as people are taking money from here, there, center to get into, because if I am running for a particular leadership and I'm taking money from people who we do not share similar values, definitely I will have to compromise. That's where I want to leave that. And this is food for thought. So what recommendations can we give? One of the things when Sam started talking, and yes, he's my brother and everything about him is great. When Sam started talking at the beginning of the Zoom call, I was like, oh my God, don't we miss these kinds of eloquent speaking on the radio in Liberia? Some days you got to just shut it down. I'm not saying all is bad, but Jesus. Where's the president of the press union? How can you oversee an entity when the people cannot even, So training, yes, I agree, training. And this is where ALJA needs to really get involved with the press union because there's a need for training. But the other thing that I think is important, even for all of the media entity, including ALJA, is that there's a need for gender parity. Someone wrote it down. Where are the women? Where is Fijal? I think in this particular Zoom call, there should have been a slot made for the female journalists of Liberia to say something. We can't be talking about rape, abuse, all of the different things, and then you leave out the women's arm of your entity. But it's time now. The press union cannot operate like a lot of these other entities, the old boys club, when you have strong women trying to step in and then they're saying, oh, you can't get there. That's the other thing. The third thing is that, and I like that Mr. Botte ended with young journalists sacrificing, but young journalists also have to be prepared to be mentored. Most times we hear in Liberia, oh, those of you who have the platform, you don't want to mentor people. I see Malcolm sitting there. How many young journalists have come to him to say, Malcolm, can you mentor me? The sad reality of our country is that once some of us, the young people, get on the airplane and come to General Assembly, once they've become experts. So they have to be open to mentorship, and there should be a kind of mentorship program. Maybe the associations of Liberian journalists in America can start something like that. On the issue of rape, I know that the government has set up this whole roadmap on SGBV. One thing that I would like to, several things that I would like to make. I think some of the recommendation is that in being in the field, working with women, every county, most times people leave the case because they do not have money to take their relatives to the hospital. So the need for them to set up rape units in all of the referral hospitals around Liberia so that victims can get free treatment. That's the first thing. A revision of the rape law. I spoke with some of the women of the Female Lawyers Association of Liberia, and it's key that we go and look at the law again. Because in most cases, people will just, the judges will do whatever they feel like doing in terms of sentencing. Finally, I think there's a need for us to prosecute parents who will sacrifice their children for whatever cash that's settled out of court. I think it's important for us, and then sensitization all the way on the issue of rape and abuse. But I haven't given up on Liberia. And Sam, I'm saying this because I'm sadly leaving the call, and I apologize to all those who have questions for me. I haven't given up on Liberia. I believe in a Liberia that will do good by her people. I believe in a media that will do good by her people. The work that we do in Liberia is not individual. We can't continue to operate in silos. It's not about how you feel about Lehman Bowie personally, but how can we bring our values together for the greater good of Liberia? We say in union strong, success is sure. And I think this is the spirit that we have to push our nation to. In union strong, success is definitely sure. Thank you, Sam, for having me. Thank you, President Mason. Thanks to all of you. God bless you all, and have a wonderful deliberation.
Thank you very much for sharing your time with us. We know we're not happy to let you go the way you're going, but we appreciate your thoughtful presentation today.
My team members won't kill you, Sam. All right. Bye-bye, everyone. Have a blessed weekend.
All right. So, gentlemen, we are pressed for time, so we want to reframe the rules. Instead of having the speakers to respond to each question individually, what we're going to do is we're going to field the questions from across Minnesota. Now you're on hold. We're going to take questions from Monrovia. We'll have the guys to pose their questions. We urge the speakers to kindly take notes. And we're going to take questions here from Delaware and some of the questions in the chat, and then let the speakers to respond to it. Are we good? So I will ask my co-facilitator in Monrovia, Mr. Malcolm Joseph, who I've employed now as my co-facilitator, and Clarence, to please field the questions from there for the speakers to hear, and then we're going to go around, and then we'll let them respond afterwards.
Okay, from Monrovia, those who will be asking questions will introduce themselves, and then we'll pose the question and direct it to the appropriate speaker.
Thank you very much. Thank you, ALJA. This is my first participation, and I really appreciate it. I wish we've been doing it like this in the past. I want to say thank you to the panelists. My question goes to Carolyn Boa from the Liberian Feminist Forum. But before then, let me say thank you to Sis Lema, because she almost went into what I want to say, but it's good that she did not go deeper. I also want to take this time to say thank you to the Liberian media for flagging the issue of SGBV. The whole noise about rape and everything that is going on in Liberia now is only because the media is leading on. I was just reminded to introduce myself. My name is Seata Scott Johnson. I'm the head of the Female Journalists Association of Liberia. And let me just end by saying thank you to bravo to the media for all the noise about SGBV, and we're running with it. And I'm glad that the media is in the forefront. To Carolyn Boa now. Carolyn, you spoke about SGBV. You spoke about the issue of rape and everything in Liberia. I just want to know, we know in Liberia the media is challenged. What can you people do, those in the advocacy grouping, those in the NGOs, and those that are around that can source funding? What can you do to continue empowering the media so we can be able to run with it? I'm not saying we are not running with it because we don't have money, but we know where your mouth is, that where your hands should be. So what can the NGO community do? I see Jerry laughing. What can the NGO community do to continue helping the media so we can keep running with the issue of SGPV? Thank you so much.
Can we please be brief as we pose our questions?
For the question, maximum 1 minute for the question. Yeah, maximum 1 minute.
Mine actually is a suggestion. With all of
Ambassador himself.
Thank you, Dad. How are you? Mine actually is a suggestion. With all of the speakers, much is expected of the media. My suggestion to you, as an organization of which I am a member, and all of the media development in the country, is to see how we can engage the media to do those things that our lawyers, our advocates, and all of the speakers are speaking about. We need to engage in media development that will enhance societal development. So I'm calling on our organization now, ALJA, and all of the organizations in Liberia, media development, to engage in specialized development that will buttress our activities as professional people. Thank you very much.
We now have the president of the Reporters Association of Liberia.
Can I respond to, can I add something to the question?
No, let's take the question.
Can we just take this last question and then you can respond, please?
Okay.
Please, we have a couple of other questions, please.
My name is Cecilia Clark, and I'm the president of the Reporters Association of Liberia. Thanks for having me. I acknowledge the issue that Madam Bowie spoke about concerning cattle. I mean, the issue that has to do with cattle. But you see, we as reporters in Liberia are challenged. This is no justification concerning the issue of cattle. But you see, reporters are challenged, and I'm referring to reporters because they are the ones that most of the time the issue of cattle is being attributed to. Sadly, most of the entities in Liberia, media entities, are owned by people that were once reporters, but they tend not to support reporters to the extent that I'm not even talking about financial support, but even training. They are not even providing training for those people, and the welfare of reporters are not being highlighted by those individuals. Sadly, and they are the ones, they were once reporters, and they know the kind of difficulties that reporters go through. So, like I say, I'm not trying to justify the issue of reporters, but you cannot be professional to the letter in the absence of your welfare being highlighted by those that you are in their employ. So I will ask the people in the diaspora, those reporters that are in the diaspora, I mean journalists, what can you do to help reporters in Liberia to perform their duties via cattle and other things? And my recommendation would be, I'm speaking relative to training, financial support that will get them to have their gadgets and other things that they will be able to operate with. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you. Dr. Johnson, please, can we take 2 more questions, please?
That means we wouldn't go back to Monrovia.
Yes, maybe.
Okay, let's take 2 more questions. Can the people who are asking be brief?
Yeah, sure. Please, let's reduce it to 30 seconds. You, then Jonathan.
Yeah. Thank you.
Introduce yourself, please.
Thank you. My name is Louis Tiatuba. But I want to say is that I'm happy that we are at this convention and we're talking about media issues. The media, besides being challenged and faced with multiples of problems in Liberia, we need to involve instead of just talking and criticizing and calling the media names. There are actions that are credible and viable to the growth and strengthening of the media. So the Association of Liberian Journalists in the United States, where I attended your last conference, and today we are involved with such training. If you look back there, we see over 15 of our trainees that we are developing into diversifying the media, leaving the old school technology. The things has changed. So I want the association in the United States and other international universities that have intention to train and develop media to come to Liberia and get involved. And we are working with the Female Journalists Association. This is why I want to promote women journalists in Liberia. Thank you.
Is there still a comment? Because I think what we are hearing is more comments than questions.
Yeah, except for me, Jonathan Pelele, and like Jim said, I'm representing myself here. I'm not speaking for the BBC or for the Associated Press. And mine is not a question, but just take a cue from what the Nobel laureate said with emphasis about independence. And I couldn't agree with her more, but I think the problem we have here is real independence cannot exist with poverty. And until we can really fight poverty in the Liberian media, we'll continue to talk about independence, independence, and independence. This is not to justify unethical attitudes on the part of journalists, but I think we all have to look for a way. I'm sorry that Lima has left, but all of us should use our connections to see how the media community in Liberia can be empowered so that they don't have to turn to people who are responsible for the problems that we have in Liberia to be the one to support the work of media people. We have had a situation where a government official has said that they will make sure that journalists in Liberia live in poverty for 12 years. But the same people are the ones that some media people have to go to for survival. So I want to thank you for this opportunity. But I think the aspect of independence should be a session that we can discuss to see what support can be looked for media in Liberia to not crumble. Independence is important, but we have to get rid of poverty in the media community. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Before we leave Monrovia, I want to read this question that came up from James Jensen, who is a lawyer from Penn State Law and Louis Arthur Grimes School. His question is to Prof. Jones. He says, your recommendations are troubling. The Constitution of Liberia gives no one a right to curtail, restrict, or enjoin free speech, a right protected. Responsible for any abuse, anyone can be sanctioned by curtailing, restricting, or enjoining. So can you please clarify, Professor Jones? And so,
can we take the last question from Monrovia?
Okay, let's take the last.
Okay, 1 minute.
Yeah, I want to come in. Can I come in from Monrovia?
Go ahead, my brother.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Paul N. Bordeaux, a Liberian journalist. I think I'm overwhelmed about everything that's being said here, and specifically about the moderator or the guest speaker, whosoever. But the basic fact is that there has been intensive training going on here, and like I think I'm making an import. And the basic fact, what could ALJA do in helping to improve the situation? Most of the situations that are being spoken about that we need to improve. What could ALJA do in helping us in this direction?
Thank you very much. Okay, there you have the questions.
Thank you very much, Monrovia. Delaware.
I have a question from Monrovia. This is Ansu Kone. I have a question from.
Okay, Ansu, you have to use the chart. Since you are not part of any of the viewing party, can you please use the chart? Just go down at the lower end of your screen. You will see chart. Send your question. Do we have anyone in Delaware? Delaware, is there any question?
Mr.
Delaware, is there any question? Akai.
Mr. Moderator.
Yes, Delaware has
Yeah,
questions.
we have questions, Mr.
Can
Jackson.
you please hold on? Once you're not part of viewing party, gentlemen, so we don't have a crisis here. Can you just use the chat? The chat is right at the lower end of the screen.
Yeah.
Delaware, you have feedback coming in. Can you please reduce this volume of your speaker?
We have two questions from Delaware. The first one is from Mr. Sam Abu, former editor of Star Radio.
Good afternoon to the world. My simple question is, actually in Liberia, every time things happen, we tend to ignore it and we let it run thinking that it will finish. We have the Press Union of Liberia, which has been the main group representing the interests of journalists. We keep hearing another group calling itself as Society of Liberian Journalists. So this question is for Mr. Coffey. What are you doing at this time? We don't want it to be like a government where you look at another group and you do not respond to them until they form a very big group. Knowing very well that those who are promoting this group are working for media institutions that are owned by government functionaries. In the end, they will give them article of incorporation and give them relevance, and they start to fight against you and confuse all of us. So what are you doing to put a nip on that top?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Abu. Second question will be from Mr. Jackson Seaton. He's the president of the Delaware chapter.
Thank you, Madam Secretary General. As you read it, my name is Jackson T.S. Seaton. I represent the Delaware Valley chapter as the president. When I was in Liberia, I served as a reporter with the Inquirer newspaper. I also was the legislative reporter for the Inquirer and also the executive mansion reporter. The last position I held at the Inquirer was that of news editor before migrating to the United States. My question is to Councillor Jones. Councillor Jones, you eloquently stated that the Liberian Constitution guarantees the rights and protection of every Liberian. My question is, why is it that there is pervasive impunity in Liberia? And what can be done to curtail this menace? Thank you.
Thank you, President Sito. Also, we have another question from the National Vice President, Mr. Pee Wee Bisa.
Thank you. My question is straightforward. This is to Caroline Boa. What is the fundamental damage being caused by rape in Liberia, with the complete silence of the Liberian government and the perpetrators left with impunity?
Mr. Moderator, if you can permit me, can I take one more question, please, from the former President Emeritus?
Take one more question, then we present a question.
One more question, please. Yeah, one more from Mr. Moses Sandy. Thank you.
Can you please be brief?
And moderator, actually mine is not a question. I just want to make an observation in reference to this proposition regarding the licensing of journalists in Liberia. Like most of the speakers said, I think there is another significant challenge. The problem of unprofessionalism in the Liberian media is not an issue of licensing. We have the Ministry of Information, we have the PL, the Press Union of Liberia. These institutions collaborate in the accreditation of journalists. And my assumption is that the process itself is very, very rigorous. It takes into consideration the person's level of education, training, and professional standard or professional background, if you will. Now, the way forward is fighting poverty in the media. The problem of poverty in the Liberian media is an age-old problem. This is a problem that many of us, when we got into the media, we met this problem. If a reporter is paid hypothetically $1,500 Liberian dollars, how objective can such a reporter be when someone offers $100 US as gratuity, or in Liberian parlance, caton? The only way forward is to provide livable wages for journalists in Liberia. There's extreme poverty in the Liberian media. Poverty is eroding
Mr. Sunny, can you please
the credibility of the Liberian media.
We are running short of time.
Okay, thank you. That's all for.
All right, so before the speakers coming to respond, may I just read these two from the charts. One is from Mr. Edison Zina within the New England chapter. How do our concerns be heard if you have only 3 identified groups recognized for comments? Okay. Ansu Kone from Monrovia posted a comment also, and I think it's important. Let me read that. During my tenure as chairman of the Welfare Committee of the Press Union of Liberia, we developed a media welfare policy which set a minimum wage for journalists at $250 United States dollars. The policy should have been discussed and adopted at the Ganta Convention in 2016, but the elections euphoria overshadowed it. I think that's a very good background to start as we think about the challenges facing the media and the role of the PL. So I will now turn it over to our panelists to respond to these questions.
Can I start?
Go ahead, Caroline.
So I'll just go around based on the response that I have to some of the questions. I'd just like to speak a little bit about the media and acknowledge the presence of Madam Bowie. But I think in addition to the issue around independence, there's also the lack of accountability. So what happens, when there are missteps by journalists? How does the association deals with issues around that? Definitely there should be a code of conduct, I'm assuming. And then I think when we talk about poverty as an issue, yes, that's right and that's fair, but I guess poverty is an issue for everything else. So I think we need to dig deeper to how we make the media more professional and how we make the media more credible. Then I come to the questions from Sierra about sexual and gender-based issues. So I think, and then the challenges of the rule of law. We have justice has served. So you have systems that don't function. For a case to be, for you to pin a perpetrator to a case, you need forensics evidence to prove that. We don't have DNA machines operating in the country. It's just quite recent that the president announced the purchase of 2 DNA machines. Even having those DNA machines require that you have professionals who have integrity to be able to get facts. Just in terms of time, I tried to just bring one case we had several years ago. We had a case where a perpetrator was alleged of rape. He was an international person running one of the international organizations. He was placed in, arrested and was undergoing trial. And the girl was 13 years old. The case, she was taken under custody and placed in a safe home. While she was there, and at the time of giving birth, the family had made a request to be present at the time of birth. At the time of birth, the family were not there. The baby came out black. He was a white man. The judgment there was that the child, they later did DNA according to what was said, but nobody could really substantiate whether they were independent in terms of the results of the DNA tests that are coming in. So that child, that man was given, that's another story for another day. He was released on bail, medical leave, and he's left the country. So we have systems that do not function. And even if you get DNA machines, those DNA machines need to be managed by people who have integrity. the way the system works is that you have, she mentioned the medical, you need to have rape units. You can have rape units around the country. Rape units are important, but you need, it's a layer of systems that must function. Because if a person comes in with a complaint, that person gets to be, statements to be taken by the police. The police has to be able to record and then come to testify in court. The health person must be able to take the specimen and be able to preserve it and come to court to also testify that this is, the record that we have that we've documented. So it's a chain of system that we do not, so it's not, you don't fix one thing and then everything fixed. It's a chain of system that we need to deal with. Also courts accessibility. How many courts do we have around the country? We have very limited courts. And also the terms of court are very short. So there's a number of recommendations that's coming through the recent sexual and gender-based violence anti-rape campaign or conference that was held recently, which to some extent is going to start. But we cannot do all of this if we do not invest the financial resources, if we do not have professionals who are able to manage all of these. And then for the media, the role of the media, I think the media and civil society or advocates, there is potential for collaboration. And we've been talking this year for how long now? Because sometimes I think there's good intention from the media to report on these cases, but the portrayal of victims, the release of sensitive data sort of undermine the cases going forward. So it's really important that we start to engage, we start to dialogue to see how women's organizations, how the media can work better for the improvement of the society in general. And then the question around gender parity. I think it's gender integration into the media, because the way it is, for example, Lema was highlighting the absence of PGAL. So I think we need to be able to have a gender lens into how we do our media work, which means that in terms of just the representation, where are the women? All of this afternoon, I've been watching all the men faces, do most of the talking. Where are the women? But also that we are able to create gender sensitive content in our reporting. Most of the time we report stories, even when we report about women, the way we portray them, it's not in a very sensitive way. And then how we elevate women in the different spaces, in the different platforms we're having. The question around creating a safe environment for women to have redress mechanisms so that when we have issues around sexual and gender violence cases within the media itself, that we're able to investigate, we're able to take action so that we feel safe. Women who are in the media space feel safe. The reporter mentioned some of the challenges that media reporters do face. My last response is on the fundamental damage on victims. I think first and foremost is that there is mental, psychological damage, trauma that one experience once you get victimized or when you get violated. You do have those, and some of those, depending on the person's resistance or on the person's recovery, some of these damages or some of the effects can be long-term. Sometimes when we do psychosocial support to survivors, some of them come in, they relapse, giving whatever their other life experiences may be. So there is a huge negative impact in short on victims or on survivors of sexual and gender-based violence. And this is why we need to do better. Because when one woman gets affected, it means there's a loss to the country as a whole. Thank you.
I think Councillor Jones can pick it up from here now.
Okay.
Councillor?
I wanted to add my view to the question raised by Siata. Can I do that?
Go ahead, James.
And I think her question was to NGOs and what can they do to empower the Liberian media to cover issues like rape and I thought the professor from the University of Minnesota, my own alma mater, I think she articulated very well that issue on reporting on the disadvantaged. I think we should report something because it's of interest, it's of human interest, and not what is it that we can get from it. The only difficulty for us at the Voice of America is because we cover the entire world and Africa, we must find space to try to include issues such as and we do try our best. So whenever an issue affects human interest, we try to cover it. So that's one thing. I mean, report something because it's of interest to the public. I don't know what she meant by how much or what the NGOs could do, but I think you should report. Let me just say also that I mentioned earlier making the sacrifice to continue to be a professional. And that I think is very important. Pelele, I think, mentioned something about real independence and poverty. And I think he said, those of us with international connections, what can we do? I think that I fit in that role too. And so anybody should feel free to always reach out to me in anything I can do, okay?
All right, thank you very much, James. Apparently, we've lost Monrovia. Hopefully they will get back. I'm trying to make some connections, but it seems that we've lost Monrovia. All of the camera feeds that were coming from Monrovia no longer appear.
Yeah, we who joined, Sam, we who joined for individual, for different locations in Monrovia are still on the line, except the guys at the YMCA.
That is what I'm referring to, Ansu. Thank you. I'm referring to the watch party of the YMCA.
Oh, okay. Okay, great. Okay.
All right, and so given
Sam.
Go ahead, Ansu.
Sam, I shared a screen. I shared a screen on the welfare policy that we prepared as chairman of the welfare committee.
I read your comment on the welfare policy.
Okay.
I read your comment on the welfare policy. Thank you very much.
Okay.
We're going to continue trying to see how we can get Monrovia back online. So at this stage, I will ask Cyrus to play in our next tribute concerning veteran journalist Cyrus Badio.
Just a minute, I'm trying to get that through.
Let me see if we can play.
So this from the group, right. Give the hints. I'm trying to get it through right there.
Welcome to ALJA's 2020 virtual convention. This is Give the Hands the band. I'm Joe Mason, drummer of the band.
I'm Josh Cole, keyboardist of the band.
I'm Fortune Yates, keyboardist of Give the Hands.
Palanga,
money fall on you, banana fall on you, paparazzi follow you, cause I'm in love with you. Yeah. Are you done talking? Tell me, baby, are you done talking? Yeah. Are you done talking? Tell me, baby, are you done talking? Yeah. Are you done talking? Tell me, baby, are you done talking? Yeah. Are you done talking? Tell me, baby, are you done talking? Yeah. I don't wanna be a player no more. Yeah. I don't wanna be a player no more. Cause my guys call me Cristiano, Mr. Ronaldo.
Yes, so we.
All right, thank you very much, Cyrus. At this stage, Cyrus, can we have the tribute now to Cyrus?
Okay, I'm just getting. Are you getting me?
Yeah, I'm getting you. You're coming in.
Yeah, I'm just getting that through right now. Dr. Johnson, can you just bring something else in? Let me just. Yeah, I got.
Okay. Are you ready?
Yeah, 1 second. Okay, here we go with this one.
Mr. Badio, welcome.
Thank you very much, Alex. It's a pleasure having me on your platform.
Great. Now, let us know, how did you get into broadcast journalism?
I got in broadcast journalism I'm a professional broadcast journalism now. It was in 1981. I worked then for the Catholic radio station ELCM. At the time, there was only ELWA, the religious radio station, and ELBC. ELCM had just joined in as the second independent radio station, so I found my way with ELCM then. And after a year or so, I made it here at ELBC.
Okay, so that was 1981, 82. You made it to
1981, 82, never then.
Okay, great. And what motivated you? I mean,
Alex, it's something I always wanted to do. I grew up in Grand Crew County, a place called Garaway, around the Seacoast area. For some reason, I just took interest in broadcasting. First, I love speaking. I love speaking, not just speaking, but speaking good English. And so I took a lot of interest in that. So when I was growing up, even when we went to the football field, I took a little stick and I had it to my mouth while the folks were playing, and I would act like I was doing a commentary. Interestingly, sometimes I would even be playing on the field and I would still be doing commentary while playing. So I had this special passion for broadcasting. And I did a lot of that at home, not only broadcasting, but I did writing, practicing how to write, doing my own recordings and all that. So it was like a self-training. So, when I came to Monrovia in 1974, I started doing the same thing too, doing my own little broadcasting, going to local games around I used to live in Pastor community, doing my own sports commentary and all of that. So it is something that actually I wanted to do from day one. I wanted to be a broadcaster. So I worked at that. So when the opportunity came at ELCM, I jumped at it. Of course, ELCM prepared me for a bigger station. So once the folks started hearing me at ELCM, and then I applied to ELBC, it just clicked. I mean, when I came from my audition, did my test, the written test and the voice test. I mean, I could see on the faces of Miss Olivia Shannon or Eustace Smith, you know, I mean, before they even told me that I will be accepted into the class, I knew it because I could see that expression on the faces that, oh, this guy has something that we are looking for. So that's how it all started.
What were some of the challenges that you encountered, and what were some of the success things that you can let our watchers know?
One of the challenges was going to school and being on air at the same time. Because I remember I was at the University of Liberia and I had some morning classes, but my schedule at ELBC was in the morning hours. We used to wake up early in the morning around like 4 o'clock to be here at the station at 5 o'clock to open, because then I was doing continuity announcing. I started first as an announcer, continuity announcing. So we had to be here very early in the morning. And I had a morning session, I had morning classes.
For equality in
One of my classes started at 9 o'clock in the morning, and the station was closing at 9 o'clock. So it was a conflict, and it was difficult to have that arrangement where I could continue on the air or forego my classes. I chose that I would not forego those classes, even though I won't get the permission from my bosses to adjust the schedule. So what I did, I pre-arranged my closing. I mean, recorded it in advance. It was pre-recorded. So at the end of 9 o'clock, I will record to say, oh, this is Cyrus Badio. Thanks for listening. I've been here since so and so time, and I'm now signing off and all that. It was pre-recorded. So while the recording was playing at 9 o'clock, I was at LU in class.
Yeah.
So it was really difficult. I mean, if you have to work in the morning and then go to class at the same time, and I did that for several number of years, but I felt I had to do it because education comes first. Even though I was into broadcasting now, I was making some money, but I felt that I wasn't completely prepared yet because I still had to further my education. That was one of the challenges, and thankfully I braved those challenges and we went through it successfully. That I'm proud today that I can be referred to as one of those who made an impact in broadcasting here in Liberia. You talk about there was something else besides the challenges, the success.
Yes,
yeah.
I was. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of success. And the whole thing about broadcasting, Alex, you must have the passion for it. And I had the passion, and I continue to have the passion for broadcasting. One of the first experiences I had was working with Tommy Raines. Tommy Raines was one of those I admired a lot while growing up. On Armed Forces Day, I think it was in 1982 or there, but 1982 or 83, I found myself paired with Tommy Raines doing the Armed Forces Day broadcast from the Barclay Training Center, along with my friend Patrick Menjo. Actually, in fact, it was through Patrick that I came to ELBC. I met with him in Logantown. They were playing a basketball game, and like a guy will reach to a girl to approach the girl. It was virtually what happened. I went to him. I said, "Hey, my man, I like you, man. I want you to be my friend." Because by then I've been following Patrick's broadcast. And that's how we gel. So through Patrick, I came to ELBC. But back to the story of Tommy Raines. So we're doing that a broadcast at the Armed Forces Day broadcast, which was a very popular broadcast. So Tommy Raines decided to send me to the executive mansion where they had the unknown soldier, that little intersection. And Alex, I was left alone. Patrick wasn't even near me. I was the only one there. So they sent the the broadcast from the Barclay Training Center. We have our correspondent now, or we have our man at the unknown soldier, Cyrus Badio, and he would take it from here. And that was my first time doing a major live broadcast. Imagine that.
That was the voice of
Dr. Johnson. Yeah, and for people who are interested in the interview, we can assure you that we'll have that both interviews fully loaded on the ALJA YouTube page that you can witness the entire thing.
All right, just to announce that we've lost connection with Monrovia, and so Monrovia is no longer online. And our panelists, before we move on to invite the ambassador of Liberia to the United States, I don't know whether you guys desirous of making any closing points at this stage. Within 1 to 2 minutes. You're muted. You're muted.
Yes. So thank you very much to ALJA. This is my first experience with the association, and I'm glad that Dr. Sam Johnson, who used to be my former lecturer at the university, could sort of, hug me into this initiative and just to also learn about the work that you're doing. I feel that there's a lot of potential that the media could, do in this kind of work going further. And of course, our lines are open for further engagement in this sector. Thank you very much for listening, and I hope that it was useful for the work that you want to do.
Okay, this is James Botti. Again, thank you very much for the work that the association is doing to highlight the plight of journalism in Liberia. Please feel free to always call me. I'm sorry it took a little while for the invitation to be accepted, but that's the policy that we follow. As I mentioned again on the need for professionalism, listening to all the speakers and the journalists from Liberia, the question of independence is very important. If you want your word to be trusted, you have to show independence. You have to do it with accuracy and fairness. I mentioned to the young journalists that the road to professionalism is paved with a lot of sacrifices. And I am one of those people. Before I leave, I just wanted to say something about, I used to want to play, I used to want to learn, I like music, and I wanted to learn how to play guitar. If you want to talk, know more about me, talk to the great Ashley Rennie. He knows a lot about James Botti, how I came to be where I am today. Anyway, I wanted to play guitar. And so the person who knew how to play guitar lived in Harper in Maryland County. And I was in school in Plebo. And every Saturday, I could not even afford my own school fees, but I would save at least $1 or so to pay my way to go to Harper to learn how to play guitar and then come back. Again, I say this to speak to sacrifices. If you want to be something, you have to be willing to make the sacrifice. So to the young journalists, please try your best. Professionalism is difficult, but you can do it. Anybody, feel free to always contact me here at the Voice of America, and then we can talk and see how we can move forward. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you very much. We cannot state how grateful we are for the time that you guys took up today to be a part of this great occasion. We appreciate you more highly. Thank you very much. So at this stage, we will invite Ambassador Josh Patton, the Liberian ambassador to the United States, to make remarks. Ambassador Patton will be speaking to us directly from Washington, D.C. Hello, Ambassador.
Hello, thank you, thank you. This thing has taken so long. I've had so much to do. I've had to go and come back many times to this computer. But all protocols observed, in the interest of time, I want to bring you great greetings and best wishes from His Excellency Dr. George Manning Weah, our president, your president. President Weah sends his greetings and congratulations to ALJA on this national convention. President Weah wishes to assure ALJA and the media community that he remains a friend of the community, and his government will continue to support and cooperate with the media community. I recall witnessing the transfer of power from Mr. Moses Sandy to Mr. Joe Mason, it was sometime last year. That occasion was a resounding success. It underscored the maturity and progress ALJA has made over the years and how the principles of democracy, governance, and the rule of law have become ingrained in the spirit and attitude of ALJA. Prior to that program, Mr. Sandy and some members of ALJA, upon my invitation, visited with me at the embassy in Washington, D.C. to discuss collaboration on matters of our country. I wish to commend Mr. Mason and his team for the invitation extended to me to participate in this virtual convention. This is a strong indication, at least in my mind, that the Mason administration aspires to continue our collaboration. My office and phone numbers or phone lines are open. I shall avail myself of any opportunity for cooperation regarding our country and the Liberian people. The communications industry, comprising the print media, publishing, news media, broadcasting, etc., is a critical component of every society. The media provides information and informs the public about issues they will otherwise not be aware of. The media is expected to be present in good times and in bad times. It is expected not only to report bad news and criticize, but to also report good news when good things happen. I encourage the media to continue to be that enlightenment to the Liberian society. The rule of law is that key legal niche which summons the conformity of every citizen, whether you are an ordinary citizen, whether you work for the government, or whether you are a media practitioner. It is on the rule of law, the respect for human rights and human dignity. Protection of lives and property is moored. Free speech and freedom of the press are fundamental to every society, and they are provided for under our Constitution. While the government has greater responsibility to ensure the protection of rights and creation of the enabling environment for gratification of those rights, media practitioners are also obliged to abide by the precepts of rule of law. The media has the twin sacred responsibility to hold government's feet to the fire, as we call it in Liberia, for the ultimate good of the society, while at the same time ensuring that corrupt and unqualified elements within its ranks are not left freely to reign without reprimand and reproach. This is not only necessary to guarantee the objectivity and purity of the journalism profession, but also to ensure that media practitioners do not tread on or violate the rights of others. In Liberia these days, many have taken advantage of the proliferation of newspapers. I have a phone here. Many have taken advantage of the proliferation of newspapers and radio stations to organize talk shows, some of which are used to spew invectives, present fabrications and falsehood, and malign the character and integrity of good and law-abiding citizens with impunity. Yet no one is expected to take a media practitioner to a court of law, as it would be construed as prosecuting the media. The media must practice what it preaches. The media speaks and writes against impunity in our society, which is great. But still, there are some media practitioners who are engaged in slights and slurs, lies and fiction, and whose activities and utterances clearly undermine the stability of the state. While I understand that some journalists violating these rules have been suspended, I challenge the media community to do more. I recall the Table Mountain Declaration, which was signed into law in 2012. That declaration provides protection for journalists who would otherwise be threatened by lawsuits on account of criminal defamation. The government of His Excellency President Weah is strongly and firmly committed to protecting free speech and freedom of the press and upholding the rule of law. In February 2019, the government signed into law the Kamala Abdullah Kamala Act of Press Freedom, effectively nullifying criminal libel against journalists. In the same year, in April, President Weah again astounded Liberians when he gifted the Female Journalists Association with a new two-storied headquarters and a brand new 10-seater bus to facilitate the work of the female journalists. President Weah, since assuming leadership of Liberia, has ensured that many persons who were alleged to have committed practices inimical to the public good have had their day in various courts in the country. While the government may not have won cases to the satisfaction of the public and the media community, it is taking steps to ensure that people alleged to have indulged in unwholesome practices were brought before the law. In conclusion, I encourage members of ALJA to continue to fearlessly practice their noble craft within the parameters of the law. Checking and balancing their stories are pivotal to the growth of our democracy. The media cannot and must not waver in that obligation. What you do with your pens, your microphones, pads, and video recorders can go a long way in building a vibrant and prosperous Liberia, or it can also stall and impede the progress of Liberia. Together, we must all jealously guide and nourish our flourishing democracy for the benefit of our children and the good of posterity. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador, and thank you for your time. We appreciate it very highly. At this stage, I will call back the president, Mr. Joe Soniga Mason Jr., who will now perform the induction of newly elected chapter leadership.
I gotta go.
All right, Mr. Ambassador, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Have a good day. So Cyrus, now take it over.
Yes, Dr. Johnson.
And I think the other chapters who have elected new leaderships, I think we expect them to just take the oath from wheresoever they are virtually. So it's Minnesota and which other chapter, Mr. Mason?
Am I on? Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Today I'm pleased to do the formal installation of officers of our Midwest chapter that were recently elected, and I'll also be installing officers of our newly resuscitated chapter, the New England chapter, today. So I will go ahead and call the officers. When I do that, please position yourself this way so you're in full view of the camera. I want to begin with the officers of the Midwest chapter and call upon the president-elect, Mr. Lincoln Bryant. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The vice president-elect of our Midwest chapter, Ms. Lisa Dunn. The Secretary General-elect of the Midwest chapter, who unfortunately could not be here today, but he's been proxied by Mr. Kelvin Johnson. The Midwest chapter Secretary-elect is Mr. Garrison Unum. So this guy is not Garrison Unum. And finally, the Treasurer-elect of the Midwest chapter, Ms. Dima Savage. Dima, unfortunately, is not feeling too well. She's been proxied here today by Mrs. Manike Shaw Giddings. So even those these folks are here physically, I'm also going to install simultaneously the newly elected officers of the New England chapter. I want to call Mr. Alfonso Zion So, the president of the New England chapter, the president-elect. He's on visually as well. And Mr. So, as I elect these folks, when I ask them to raise their hand, please do so wherever you are. I'd also like to introduce the Secretary General-elect of the New England chapter, Mr. Roland Brown, and the Treasurer-elect of the New England chapter, Mr. Moses Wenyu. My assumption is that all these folks are on visually or virtually, and they are following the process. So to the officers who are here and those who are online, please raise your right hand and repeat after me. So I, and just call your name. I,
I, Savage,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will uphold and protect the Constitution
that I will uphold and protect the Constitution
of the Association of Liberian Journalists in the Americas,
of the Association of Liberian Journalists in the Americas,
and I will fully execute the function and duties of the office of
and I will fully function in the duty and office of President,
Treasurer,
Vice President.
Vice President.
Okay. So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, and we look forward to you functioning effectively in the offices. Congratulations to the officers just installed of the Midwest chapter. Congratulations to the officers installed of the New England chapter. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Dr. Johnson is back to you, sir.
Thank you very much, and congratulations, colleagues, for your ascension to power. The next item on this agenda is review update. At the last convention, we commissioned a team to review our constitution, and that team is chaired by former PUL President Swat Dede. I will now invite Mr. Dede to update the convention on the status of the review process. Mr. Dede? I see Mr. Dede still here, but I'm not getting any signal from him. Mr. Dede,
can you hear me now?
You're loud and clear now. Can we see your face, please?
Yeah, I'm trying to do that, man. Technology is trying to do me some stuff.
Please don't allow technology to evade you.
No, it will not. Let me see. I got this one. Is it okay? All right, there you go. There you go. You can see me now, right? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'm hearing you, but I'm not seeing you.
We are seeing him, Dr. Johnson.
All right. So I want to first thank God for please lower your voices behind there, please. I want to first thank God for the opportunity to be alive today. To God be the glory for great things He has done and greater things He will do. We've been called upon by our colleagues through the national leadership and the presidency to review our constitution as a result of the very constructive and heated discussion last year before the convention regarding the participation of people who will come to the convention but who are not members of the convention. So the outgoing president, Mr. Sandy, and the incoming president saw it wise to review the constitution so that we have the appropriate that will guide us in the years to come. So the first thing was to have the members' participation, to encourage the members' participation into the process. We tried the best we could. We did not get the participation that we really anticipated. We had the constitution released more than once, first as a bulk, and then we released in portions, and we still could not get the participation of our.
This go earlier.
Yeah, so we
called you yesterday. I was around there. You never answered, so I left.
Who's that? Oh,
it's okay.
Okay, I thought it was from my end. I think it's called Reverend Zizi. Got it. So we still fresh ahead with the process, knowing that we will have to have a draft revised constitution at a convention. The committee and I worked tirelessly. I want to thank God for my committee members, Councilor Jensen and Sis Kadi. We worked together to make sure we have a draft for this convention. Before the convention, we release the portions that we focused on. We didn't want to release the entire document since we know you don't have the time to read it because of your business schedules. We wouldn't release that portion that we looked at. If you notice, we have some 18 articles in our constitution, but we specifically look at the portions that we think we needed to comment on. And one of those portions has to do with the membership into ALJA, taking into consideration what we experienced last year. So we included that in Article 3. We have to do with membership. And we added one or two other sections to strengthen the Constitution. So we don't have enough time to go through the Constitution now. What I discussed with the President, and I will just relay to you. We will again, after this convention today, go back to it, put everything back together and release it so that you can have an idea what is there, because we don't want you to accept a document uninformedly. We want you to be informed to know what you're going to have. Because after we do the final insertion of the articles and the corrections we have, because we added some new articles as well and new sessions, we want you to read it, because hopefully by the end of next week, we will assume that all of what we published to you would have been accepted, and that document will then form part of ALJA. It's going to be the organic structure of ALJA, will govern how we operate, will direct our actions, and the whole 9 years. So I want to encourage you, our colleagues, we're not going to read anything right now because we don't have time. We love reading it, but we can't do that now because we don't have time. We quote unquote time press. We always time press because of the things we have that are needed in our convention. So again, I want to thank you for listening to us. I again want to close by thanking the presidency, the national leadership, Jensen and Kadi. But let me say this much, Brother Togba from Monrovia, Liberia, he contributed his own contribution to what he thinks should be in the Constitution. I want to really highlight that because he showed interest in the Constitution revision process, and I think it was encouraging that he participated. And then Jensen too, the member of the committee, constructively contributed some portions of the revise that we're going to have. So I want to thank God for all of you. Let's keep our hands to the task. We have a role to play. And I want to encourage you to read your Constitution. Read your Constitution. Know what is there so that you'll be taken by surprise. Having said that, thank you for the time. If you have any question, I'd be glad to comment. For now, I want to turn it back to you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this is Jensen.
Yes, Jensen, go ahead, Jensen.
Just a short comment. Is it possible that this body can agree with a yea vote that upon the completion or the final stage of the Constitution, that it will be accepted as a working document for this organization? Because I think that would be proper rather than, just leaving for the convention and completing a document, because I'm afraid that would be outside of the provisions of the Constitution. So if the president or the presiding can just acknowledge by asking everyone either for a yea that the document upon its final stage will be accepted, I mean, the vote here will authorize the leadership to put the document in operation. That's just my concern. You guys can probably advise on it.
Yeah, Jensen, I think you are in order. I believe that to the presidency and the national leadership to comment on that.
So President Mason?
Yeah, the president is right here.
Thank you, Councillor. An excellent point, but the feedback at least I'm getting in the hall and I'm sure that will be probably the consensus amongst most of our members, is that without having seen what the final document will be, it will be a tough thing to vote in absence of seeing the final document and make comments. I understand the committee has had difficulties for people contributing to this process, but I would urge the committee to publish the documents, get the views and feedback from our members, and hopefully we can devise a mechanism through which we can approve this document if we have to call a special session. I know the Constitution calls for this setting to be used to approve our Constitution, but again, like I said, in the absence of having the membership see what's in the document, it will be tough to have us vote to do that today.
Mr. President, this is we've had a situation for a whole year. This back and forth. And we noticed all of our publications, we always mentioned that we didn't want to come to this convention and have what is about to unfold. We had a whole year. We published this constitution for comments, no comments. We did it, the draft that we have today, we published it last week, no comments. And then my fear now is coming into fruition. What do we do in
Mr. Chair, let me see without knowing what the views are of some of the other conferees who are in the hall today. Can we go to some of the other members and just get a few views before we arrive at a decision? Let me begin with the people in Delaware. Guys in Delaware, can you let me know what is your will and pleasure regarding the recommendation from the committee, especially from Councilor Jensen, that we vote to approve the Constitution today?
Mr. President, I think I understood Mr. Jensen differently. I think Mr. Jensen's proposal is that we vote that once the work is completed, the document be accepted for operations. I think that's how I understood you, Mr. Jensen. Am I correct?
You are right. You are right, Sam.
Is that voting on the document and ask is we vote now to we pass in the vote that once the work is finally completed, the document becomes operational.
So the question then is
Dr. Johnson. Dr. Johnson, this is Bobby.
One at a time, guys. The question then becomes what do we do today, and then once the document is passed, there are issues that order the document. What do we do then?
Mr. Bonner, make an input?
But I've said a lot. Let me hear from other members as well, and hopefully this process can be very brief. I want to go to Delaware and hear from anyone there who has a view. I see the Vice President up there as well.
All right, Joe. Can we speak from Delaware?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, from the consensus I'm getting from this, that's a very good question, a good concern that Jensen put forward, but we don't think is a good idea to vote on a document that has not been finally read by the entire membership. Normally we have national meetings that we have. So if we want to move forward to vote on that, they call a national meeting, at which time when the documents are completed, we vote on that in our meeting. In as much as we're doing it, the whole thing is done on virtual now. So we can definitely do that subsequently. But having us to agree and vote yield to something that has not been completed, the quorum, the room here doesn't think it's okay.
Mr. President, again, I want to come in. Because just what I predicted is happening. We have, with respect to the Vice President, we have 1 year. We have a whole 1 year to go through this document. We release portion of this document every other time. And that's what we're talking about right now. We release it to make sure all of you read it, to see what is there, so that when we come to the convention, we will have the views you are proffering today. Why? Because if you have read the document when it was released, the questions that are about right now would not have sufficed. What that tells me is that we will all want to wait at the 11th hour and then delay our own progress. We try all we could as a committee to avoid what is going on right now. Mr. Vice President and the national leadership, it's up to the membership to drag it again for another time as we want to choose. But the fear that I have is this. We want to release this document again, and we're going to get no response from this document. And then we'll come up with the same comments I'm hearing from the Vice President and other people that we don't want to agree to anything that we don't see. It's already there for us to read. Unfortunately, we didn't read it. So that's what we are today. So I'm just cautioning us to be mindful that we don't keep dragging ourselves and putting things behind because we are not having the time to read this document. Last but not the least, this document has been a public document. We release it. We encourage you to read it. The president put it in the chat room, on the website and everything. And sadly, up to now, nobody, besides Jensen and the committee and Toba in Liberia, nobody from this place. So I just want to make sure that we know what we're doing so that we can keep dragging our feet these procedures. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, Mr. President, just before...
Let me, Mr. President,
yeah, no, so that be a little order.
Let me withdraw my statement, and I'm doing it because initially, listen, initially, my understanding was that because the membership failed to comment on this document throughout the proceeding, it was left of the compilation, the final compilation of us, we the committee members, and then the document will be completed. But as it seems, I don't want my statement to be as though we are ignoring an essential aspect. The Constitution says at convention, you should discuss these things and take a decision.
Exactly.
So if and only if you guys are thinking that probably we committee members are trying to circumvent the process, no. It is the body or members who are refused to participate in the process and to come at this convention and you leave. In actual sense of the wording of the Constitution, you are not supposed to take an action until the next convention. Howbeit, this body has the final say. I was just trying to see how we could take a decision, and then since we, the committee members, because as it's been said now, it appears the body wants to participate in the review process at this stage, something that you have done ever since. Something that you have done ever since.
Okay, in order to make progress, group one councilor, in order to make progress, because the committee's concern is that—
I withdraw my comment, my suggestion.
Thank you. So the committee's concern is that left with ourselves, we fail to demonstrate any interest in participating in the process over the last 1 year. What it does to suggest that come another year, we will participate in the process anyway. That is the committee's concern. And I can understand that concern because they're putting a lot of time and effort into getting this work done. So what is the alternative? Because if we don't do anything today, we will not till the next convention in another year. So
Exactly.
I'm looking for an alternative, Joey. So Joey Kennedy is right there. He has a suggestion.
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. And I certainly understand the genuineness of the concern that is being raised by the Constitutional Review Committee. We've been working for about a year, and you expected that by this time we'll be able to take decision on it. And today we are not able to, if there are diverse view on taking decision on the document that has not been sent. So my suggestion for progress, Mr. President, is that the convention, which is the general body of the institution, authorizes the committee, the Constitutional Review Committee, to ensure that whatever they have, they galvanize and collate all of the elements of the Constitution, circulated to the membership through email, text message, and through the various platforms that we have. Within the next 1 or 2 days, and we'll be giving the period of 1 week to read and digest it. And after that, and the convention also empowers the president to call an extraordinary session in which we will be able to make we'll be able to go through it and take a vote on it. And that the vote that will be taken at our extraordinary convention will serve as an incentive to formally adopt the Constitution.
Okay, so that's one suggestion to make progress. Do we have a contrary suggestion?
Can I be recognized, please, Joe? Can you hear me?
Yeah, so I'll have George Lasana to make a comment. George, go ahead. George, go ahead. You're recognized.
Can you hear me? I just want to put this question to Mr. Stuart Dere because there was a proposal to him about changing the time of the convention from that snowy time that we have a very cool season to finding a convenient time. Like, can he just make a brief comment about that, please?
Without the chair, we don't want to legislate the Constitution right now, George. We don't want to start talking about.
I didn't comment on that. What was that discussed?
No, Mr. President, I can just quickly say that that aspect was not revisited because we didn't have any contribution from anyone suggesting that. So we didn't really go into the time of the convention and the rest of that. So if there's anything you want to add to that, that's the draft we have. We can always add it to that and move ahead, but we didn't.
Yes, I thought that was the genesis of the entire constitutional review process. I might be wrong, but I stand to be corrected.
Membership participation, who were traveling from the diaspora, who were coming and not engaged in electioneering, they're not being voted for, no other voting for people. That was one of the crucial issues that we had on that night of that debate. It was a long debate, and we surpassed that. We went to the convention in lieu of doing our constitution to revisit that. That was the crux of that situation at the time. But the time of the convention was now a factor, as far as I can remember, Brother Lasana, prompted the revision of the Constitution. Thank you.
Let's make progress. We don't want to discuss what's in the document now. What we're trying to discuss is how we make progress. The suggestion on the floor is that this body empowers me to call a special session once
Mr. President,
so that when that special session meets,
Mr. President,
then. Do we have a contrary suggestion to that suggestion made by Joey Kennedy?
Yeah, Mr. President. Mr. President, this is Dr. Yeah, thank you very much. My thought. Can you hear me, Mr. President?
Loud and clear, yes.
Thank you very much. I think my thought on this, I think the suggestion by the councilor is a good one, considering how long the process has taken. I'm sure from your perspective, you have read through that document. You may have worked closely with the committee because you put that committee in place. And we trust your judgment as a convention. That's why you're the president. And I'm sure that at some point you may have perused the entire document I would put forth. Unfortunately, the general membership did not, read through the document to provide due diligence to the process. I would say that I want to side with the review committee, that we take the year vote here today, and then we're trusting that you worked alongside with them, can vouch for the process, and at any point where they do the finalization, it can be put into action. That would be my thought. The body should use you.
The body should use. The councilor has to drone his suggestion. So the suggestion on the floor right now is for this body to empower me to call a special session once the committee is done with the work and that work is published for review by the body. And at that special session, then we will be able to approve the Constitution. That is the suggestion on the floor. I'm asking if there is a contrary suggestion to the one made by Mr. Joey Kennedy.
Mr. President.
Mr. President, I just want to make an input to make an amendment with the permission of the movement, to make an amendment to the timeline he gave for the review process and the calling of the extraordinary forum. That's with his permission. I would just like to make an amendment to the time frame that he gave. The movement, Joey Kennedy. He said 2 days. I think they should give a 1 month period that, you know, people can be able to move around. And then in the second period, the second month, then we can have the extraordinary, you can have the extraordinary section for the review and adoption of the process. That is the amendment I would like to make.
Thank you, Councilor. Thank you.
Mr. President, before you put this thing to motion, I want to add again. I keep hearing publish. This document been published over 2 weeks ago. So you already have it. We don't have anything new to publish. You already have it. It's in your hands. That room and the rest of that. So we don't have anything else to publish of what we already published. So if we're going to do anything else, we're not going to publish anything again because you already have it in your hands. So we can move ahead with that information, Mr. President.
Okay, so with that said, then the suggestion that will be with the document that is already published, can this body, whether it's a 1 month period, we can determine that, whether it's 2 month period, the suggestion is still that the body needs to empower me to call a special session during which we can approve the Constitution. That is, if we don't approve it today, because the pushback we're getting is that we don't want to do it today. We haven't gone through it yet. We don't know what's in it. That is the pushback. The committee has already published it, have already been distributed. Please, let's get an alternative view. If not, let's vote on the suggestion that's on the floor. Yeah. Am I hearing from Delaware? Delaware, am I hearing you wanting to make a point?
Am I still muted?
No, you're on.
Okay, good. So what I was saying, there's no need to be, okay, it's okay. I'm getting it from here. It's okay here. It's okay up here. I think we should make progress. And that is, instead of, good enough, Jensen has withdrawn his concern, and I think we should make progress. The progress is the way many times is done. I've taken part on constitutional review committees in the past. After, in the absence of a seated convention, there is a constitution review conference that normally is held. And then at that constitution review conference, that is when the constitution is reviewed and passed by the body. So as long as we reach that stage, I think, like you rightly said, and the rest of the guys, let's get a vote on the floor right now. If I'm given the power, I can move to obtain a vote to move forward with this issue.
Without any objection, is there any objection to the Vice President putting forth the motion?
Yeah.
Mr. President,
to move and sit down.
Mr. Am I right now, Mr. President?
Yes, quickly, Mr. Chair.
No, just go
Mr. Chair, go ahead. Under our Constitution, we have a different provision for an amendment. In our Constitution, that's Article 14. Now, if we went by the Vice President's suggestion, we have violated that provision of the Constitution that we have not changed anything from that. So what I'm saying, I will keep sounding the caution so that we don't go against what we have as our Constitution. We don't have any constitutional review enshrined in our Constitution. So if that was to be done, it would have been an addition to our Constitution, which would be a violation of our Constitution. So my role as chair is to caution us to be mindful how we proceed. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, let's get Moses. Let's get Kadi, and then Kadi to Moses.
What I wanted to say is rules are made by men, and men break rules. So we understand that the Constitution Committee, we've been putting out stuff this whole year, and nobody responded. We have 4 people that responded, and we still have stuff to do. I would think we should have an extraordinary session where we can go ahead and discuss this. On a separate note, I would not tolerate for SWAT to call me Kadi and call Jensen Mr. Jensen. That is very unacceptable for you to call me Kadi and call the next person Mr. I am Mrs.
Mr. Chair, that's a good point.
Thank you.
All right, let's hear from the President Emeritus.
Mr. President, I just want to piggyback on what my colleagues have said. Time is not in our interest right now, and I do understand the frustration, the hard work, all that have gone into getting this constitution amended, adopted today. But I would like to the idea that we schedule an extraordinary sessions that will be devoted exclusively to the Constitution. We can meet via this medium, review the Constitution and take a definitive position on it. So I would like to move, if I can obtain the vote, that we schedule an extraordinary session that will be dedicated exclusively to the adoption of our Constitution, Mr. President.
So seconded, says Samuel Abu Kalma, chairperson.
So it's been moved and seconded that that I call an extraordinary session at some point in the future to have this body vote to approve the Constitution. And that time frame, I don't know if the former president, in making his motion, put forth a time frame. If he did not, I would just add, if I can, a 1 month period to that time frame for the membership to peruse the document, after which a special session will be called. If that amendment is accepted and with the motion on the floor, I will now say all in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Okay. So the motion is carried. So
Mr. President,
Mr. Chair, we will.
Aye.
So, Mr. Chair, we'll work together to accord a special session. Thank you so much. Dr. Johnson, it's back to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Delaware, can you please mute?
Okay.
Before we wrap up this convention, I want to take this time to recognize a special guest, Mr. Albert Jaja, a minister counselor at the embassy in London, who has been with us ever since we began this event today. Mr. Jaja, thank you so much. All right, and so we will now proceed. Before we also proceed to the next step, we want to recognize members of the resolution.
Albert is now unmuted.
Okay, Albert, go ahead.
Dr. Johnson, can you unmute?
Mr. Jaja is still muted, so we will have to proceed.
Okay.
I would like to, at this time, recognize the members of the resolution committee headed by Councillor James Jensen. The other members are Mr. Joey Kennedy and Priscilla Queer. Do we have Mr. Jaja back online now?
Yeah, am I on?
Yeah, you're loud and clear. Go ahead. 1 minute.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Johnson, Joe Mason, for the opportunity to be a part of ALJA's convention for the first time. I thank you all for the opportunities to spotlight the issues that concern the Liberian media, all of the panelists, our own their ambassador for spotlighting the issues across the media landscape, roles and responsibilities. I thank you. I hope that the post-COVID ALJA convention can still be afforded those who wouldn't be somewhere in Delaware or Minnesota for the event, that those outside the US can frequently participate in these events and will spotlight issues that concern the media. And I'm hoping that maybe by the next convention, there can be thematic concentration on key issues beyond the general topic of the convention the panelists will deal with. We can have thematic and automatic focus on key issues about the media. And then the panelists did a good job on heralding some of the issues and the contributions that came forth. But a thematic focus will help us to highlight the issues and give targeted contributions towards what the issues are. I thank you very much. I wish you all the best.
Thank you, Mr. Jaja. I'm being told that the former First Lady of ALJA is also present at this convention. We want to recognize her presence. We will now at this stage invite the Vice President to perform a vote of thanks. Mr. P. Besa?
Take me a minute, I gotta move this platform. Yes, I know.
Pew, please remove the mask hanging on your ear. The mask is hanging on your ear. It doesn't look good.
Thank you. It's a day to remember. On behalf of this year 2020 ALJA National Convention, a virtual convention, and the national leadership headed by Joe Mason as National Vice President, Mr. Pew Besa here, I want to acknowledge everything I'm saying here is from my heart, because this is the first convention we've ever had virtual. I want to acknowledge and commend everyone who worked tirelessly to make 2020 virtual convention a success. I want to take my hat off to our guests, our speakers in Liberia, Ghana, and the USA. Those who made remarks, I want to say a great thank you to you for providing for us food of thoughts to all of us here in Liberia or there in Liberia and here in America. And also addressing key issues that continue to affect our patrimony, Liberia. I want to say a remarkable thank you to our facilitators, Dr. Sam Johnson, Akaye Glidden, and Lincoln Bryan in Minnesota. To our newly installed officials of the May West chapter, and also the New England chapter, headed by Afonso Zionso. I want to say congratulations and welcome aboard. We want to use this time to extend our gratitude to our friends of ALJA, all friends of ALJA who took the time to be with us today. They sat patiently through this convention with us. As we all retire today, we are not retiring from the works of ALJA. Let us go out there and champion the good work that we've started. Let us continue to speak on behalf of those who are not spoken. Let's continue to speak for the ills in society. You know, ALJA has not just spoken to the ills in Liberia, they've spoken to the ills even in the USA. So let us extend this to the world. ALJA has been noted and continue to be noted globally, the work we do and we continue to do. I also want to take this time to say thank you to the President Emeritus. He's the one that actually paved this way for all of us. Mr. Moses Sandy, I want to say thank you for paving the way, and we all have followed. Thank you. As we all retire this afternoon, I want to say you guys dropped safely. People came from Maryland, Kadiatu, Buhari. Mrs. Kadiatu Buhari. But I call your phone name, exactly. Peter Masakwe actually drove from New Jersey. Want to say those who travel far and wide, thank you for coming. And as we continue to promote camaraderie, let us continue to reach out to our colleagues who are sick, our colleagues who we've never talked to for a while. And finally, I want to extend my thanks and appreciation to the various networks, KMTV and LPR Radio, Liberian Public Radio. I think these guys have been incredible. Not only them, we want to also say thank you to our friends in Liberia, the newspapers, Front Page Africa, and all of the auxiliaries that continue to help ALJA in promoting our ideals. I want to say thank you. The convention committee incredibly worked hard to pull this. We initially thought that it would not be pulled, but we want to say the committee, Mr. Jackson Cedar, on behalf of this convention, I want to say thank you for the splendid work you did to pull this up. And as we all work together moving forward, let us work in unison and let us work in peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Pio. I see the Reverend Dr. Zizek Pada is still online. But I think I will want to ask another Reverend Doctor this time to close us in prayer. I've just seen Alex. Alex Ray, can you please lead us in the benediction, please?
You have to
unmute. Dr. Red, you are still muted. Okay, now you're out. You're on.
Okay, let's pray. Gracious Heavenly Father, we thank you so much, Lord, for giving us this opportunity. It is a moment of history for ALJA, its leadership on a national level, on a local level, and all of its members, the National Assembly. We thank you so much, Heavenly Father, for giving us the wisdom and the knowledge and the bouncing of ideas so that we can find progress, not just only for ALJA, but on behalf of our colleagues in the profession, as well as our nation, Liberia. We love our country, Heavenly Father. May you give us the right spirit that we need, Lord, that spirit of unity, that spirit of bond and affection, so that we all can come together, Lord, and have a sense of purpose and stop the wrangling and everything that will make us regress. We pray, Heavenly Father, that you strengthen our leaders. I pray, Heavenly Father, that you'll give them the knowledge and the wisdom that they might need to lead. And I pray particularly for our leadership, headed by our national president, Joe S. Mason. May you continue to impart your knowledge in him. May you also help his team, including Pee Wee Besa and the entire ALJA team, Mrs. Glidden, and all the other leaders of various chapters, Lord. May we work together in unity to bring progress, not just progress, but victory when it comes to press freedom, when it comes to equality, when it comes to human rights and civil rights, and every liberation, Heavenly Father, that we seek that peace and to sustain the peace in our homeland. May we, Heavenly Father, continually be courageous and determined to speak truth to power. And may you continue to open our eyes each and every time as we come to these forums, Lord. We praise you and we thank you, Lord, for giving us even the heart and the time to come together again. We praise you and we thank you. And in Jesus' name we all pray. Amen.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may I at this stage thank all of you for showing up for this virtual convention of ALJA in 2020.
Mr. President,
yes,
this is Jensen. Is there any decision on the resolution of the committee was set up as to how you're going to approach it?
I will invite the president to respond to that, and at that stage, I will also leave it with him to close this convention officially.
Mr. President?
What's the question? Oh, the resolution? The resolution committee. Yeah. Yes. Thank you, Councillor. Because we are not meeting in person this year like we normally do, members of the resolution committee are in different places right now, in different parts of the country. They are taking notes. The committee will get together, compare notes, and forward to us a formal resolution that the body will peruse and will issue as a body. With that said, again, Dr. Johnson, I want to thank you too for ably facilitating this process. Thanks again to everyone who made this day possible, to our chapters, the Delaware folks. I see you all there. Thank you so much for just gathering together, all the support, my folks there in Minnesota. I'm grateful to all of you, every one of you joining virtually. I see you all. I want to go and coordinate individually, but it will take us all day. So thank you all so much from Monrovia. I know they're offline right now. We're grateful to them. This was a remarkable achievement on the part of the association, and it's something that we can all take success, credit for. Again, thank you all so much, and God bless you.
So we're going to be serving ourselves.
Looking for a quality and affordable insurance company? Then look no further. Peter Massaco Insurance, located in central New Jersey, is one of the best around. Peter Massaco Insurance specializes in homeowners insurance, auto insurance, life insurance, business insurance, and many more. We even offer a free financial planning consultation. We partner with over 20 top-rated companies to make sure we provide affordable prices to our clients. We have a full bilingual staff to fit your needs as well. Let Peter Massaco Insurance help you today.
First, I just want to firstly say I'm grateful to everybody. But before I say that, let me express my frustration with the chapter. I'm really, really, really frustrated with the chapter, and I thought I'd let you guys know.
Welcome to ALJA's 2020 virtual convention. This is Gifted Hands, the band. I'm Joe Mason, drummer of the band.
I'm Josh Cole, keyboardist for the band.
I'm Fortune Yates, keyboardist of Gifted Hands.